Hey everyone, what's up, guys? Welcome back to Apex Hours. So, my name is Amit Singh, and this video is going to be all about Lightning Web Component Crash Course. We named it as Crash Course, but it's not actually a crash course. We are going to walk you through all the basic concepts that are required for you to learn Lightning Web Component. So, before we go ahead, a little bit about me. My name is Amit Singh. I'm an educator at Engineering Pathshala, SFDC Panther and Panther Schools YouTube channel. I have got overall 9 plus years of experience in both Salesforce and MuleSoft technologies, including the other technologies like DevSecOps, Azure, AWS, and other clouds. I've got total 21 Salesforce active certifications. I'm a MuleSoft leader, I'm a MuleSoft mentor, and I have been awarded as 3 times Salesforce MVP. Apart from that, I'm a founder of the first ever Dreaming event related to MuleSoft, Mule Dreaming. My hobbies are exploring the ancient India and reading the holy books. I would love to connect you all over my LinkedIn network. You can see my QR code in your screen. I would love to see if you could subscribe to my channel, Panther Schools. Again, the QR code is on your screen, and we can also connect to YouTube and discuss about if you have any ideas or if you have any problem that I can be helped with for you. So feel free to connect with me over different channels. And with that, let's quickly see what is there in our plate for today. So as usual, we are going to start with the introduction of Lightning Web Component. What is Lightning Web Component? What all we have in Lightning Web Component that's not yet there in Aura. That means we are going to talk about differences. Then we are going to talk about anatomy of Lightning Web Component, how it is different, what are all the things that we have. Then we will see Lightning Playground. We might skip this part as of now for this video. Then from fifth bullet point onwards, we are going to start doing hands-on and we'll never look back into the PPT. So we are going to start creating our first Lightning Web component, and then going forward we will talk about the properties. We will talk about how you can communicate with the help of, like, how you can communicate to Lightning Web component and Apex, how you can navigate from one space to another space, from one URL to another URL, how you can communicate between two Lightning components or two unrelated components, then how you can access Salesforce data, how you pass the data to Salesforce Apex, and at the end we're talking about how you could use your Salesforce Lightning Web Component at various places in Web Components, in Lightning builders, like record page, or we have app page, we have a home page, we have Lightning Experience Cloud, we have Flow, we have Utility Bar, we have emails. So wherever the place that is supported by Salesforce, we will see how we can utilize those. Let's quickly talk about the difference first about Lightning Web Component and Aura components, and then we will talk about our component, which is Lightning Web Component. So if I talk about when I started my career in 2015, and that is the time when actually Aura came into the picture in 2014. So if you talk about the 2014 era, where Lightning Web Component not was not there, Aura component was there. At the same time, there were more web frameworks which were becoming popular, like Angular, React. Right? These were the two main frameworks which were becoming popular at the same time, where we had Aura in Salesforce. But now these Aura frameworks were basically missing the main key elements of our web development standards, which were set by WWW, that means W3 consortium. So what were these key components which were missing? So there, the concept of shadow dom was missing, the concept of custom templates was missing, concept of custom events was missing, and more standards were there, like there were more frameworks and less standards. This is mainly for the frameworks like Angular and React. So if I talk about, again, if I summarize it, back in 2014 we had Aura components, and Aura component is again a different framework altogether. It is completely hosted on a uh, different server altogether. And Aura has Aura has frameworks for everything. They had very less standards. When we say standards, that means they were using Salesforce standard concepts at very few places. For example, to take the inputs, they were using Salesforce standard components, like they had lightning input. But for most of the cases, like you have to communicate with the events, communicate with between Aura components, you have to create their custom event. You cannot leverage the custom event which were provided by JavaScript itself. We cannot leverage our their own custom events. We cannot create custom templates. If we have to import the third party library applications like React or Angular, we have to kind of write a whole framework for that. So basically, to say that there were more frameworks which was a kind of getting more into more performance issues. Now let's talk about the stack. What stack we had in 2014, what we got in 2019. Okay, and then we will talk about what we have in LWC. So if we talk about 2014 stacks, so you could see here data service, UI components, component models, templates, rendering optimization modules, language extensions. These were all the frameworks which were being used in 2014 stacks. Okay, you could see here we clearly mentioned that anything which is here on the top is framework, and the below one is basically standard elements, where we had ECMAScript 5. It was not supporting ECMAScript 6. We had events, and this events only supports the browser events, not the standard JavaScript events. We had rendering, and then we had few standard elements like lightning inputs. These UI components are not related to Salesforce. So if you are from that era, from the era of lightning Aura components, you might relate it. If you're not from that, you started your career 2 years, 3 years back, or just now, you don't need to worry about more on this. You just need to understand that there were more frameworks in 2014 stacks and less standards. However, in 2019 stack, that is the year when Aura Aura was sent backward and LWC was introduced by Salesforce. So I still remember LWC was introduced in the year in the late 2018, and we got access to Lightning Component Library for a couple of days. Then they again shut down that access, and then actual access was given in February 2019. So that is why we said 2019 stack. Now if you see here, these are the standard, these are the frameworks in 2019 stack. There are only three standards like security, Lightning Data Service, and Lightning Base Components. These are the frameworks that we have. Rest all we have got as a standard, web standard, which is provided by W3 Consortium, which is accepted by either HTML5 or JavaScript, ECMAScript 6. We have web components, we have templates, we have custom elements, we have Shadow DOM, ECMAScript 7, events, rendering. So we have got all these number of things in our 2019 stack, and that is actually the stack for Lightning Web Component. This is actually the stack for Lightning Web Component. We have got only three frameworks, where we have got security frameworks, like we have got Lightning Web Security, we have got the enhanced securities. Then we have got Lightning Data Service, mainly for interacting with Salesforce to get the data or to post the data without taking help from Apex class. And then we have got Lightning based components. These are basically the input or output components that we can utilize to display the input or output. Then below, if you see, this stack is basically completely provided by W3C, as I said, W3 consortium, and the top one was provided by Lightning Web Component. So just to summarize you, in 2019 stack, we had got less frameworks, more standards. However, in 2014 stack, we have got more frameworks and less standards. Now talking about Lightning Web Component. So we have seen what was the difference in 2014 and 19 stack. So Lightning Web Component is nothing. It is also a framework provided by Salesforce itself, managed by Salesforce itself, to develop the UI components with the help of HTML, JavaScript. And this is kind of, you could say, this is like Aura component, because it's now trying to replace Aura. It's not like actually replacing. So if you have a question, does Aura replaces Lightning Web Component? So the answer is no. It doesn't replace anything. What it does, it gives you the flexibility to utilize all the standards provided by W3C. There are still many projects which are running on Aura, and they keep running on Aura. They are not in a mood to migrate from Aura to LWC. As we said, our Lightning Web Component supports the HTML, modern HTML and JavaScript. It supports the UI framework that is natively built on top of HTML and modern JavaScript. And it also leverages the component, the standard component, the concepts like custom elements. We will see what are those. Templates, that we will also see. Decorators, modules, and shadow DOM. So basically, in short, if we say Lightning Web Component is a framework that is designed to develop the UI components like Aura component, Lightning Web Component uses or utilizes the standard HTML and modern JavaScript like ECMAScript 7, and Lightning Web Component also leverage the standards, leverage the concepts like shadow DOM, custom elements, templates, modules, decorators, which makes it easy to develop, which also makes it easy for any web developer who is out there to adopt Lightning Web Component and can easily become a Salesforce developer. This is again the same 2019 web stack we have already talked about, so we will skip it. And with that, we came here to the very first exercise, that is create your very first Lightning Web Component. So to create Lightning Web Component, we have couple of things. We have 2-3 ways that we actually utilize to create Lightning Web Components. One is the recent Salesforce has released their cloud-based Visual Studio Code, that is Code Builder, but unfortunately we as a developer cannot access it unless we are part of a company, and that company actually have a enterprise or professional, or the license, they have bought some license from Salesforce. So we are not going to utilize that. There is a Google Chrome extension as well that I'm also not going to utilize due to some security concerns that personally I do have. It depends on your thoughts. If you want, you can utilize it. But for this demo, we are going to use VS Code. VS Code requires some setups like installing of some softwares like Salesforce CLI, Visual Studio Code. These are the two main things that it does requires. And then inside the Visual Studio Code, you need to install some VS Code extensions. So we are not going to walk you through how you can set up here in this video. We are going to add the link into the comment as well as into the description section, how you configure all those softwares. So go ahead, go to that link and set up your machine to VS Code ready, to Salesforce ready. And if you already have done the setup, you're already familiar, then it's good. So let's move towards the VS Code. This is a VS Code. In the setup video, we have already talked about how you can log into how you connect to your Salesforce org, how you create a project. We have talked about everything there. So what we did here, we created a course called Apex Hours Crash Course. This is a project which is sitting on our local machine, and this is the syntax. This is basically nothing. This is the folder structure of any VS Code project, related to Salesforce. Okay, so what we will do, as we said, we are going to create the very first component in Lightning Web Component. So for that, what you have to do is, you have two options. One, either you use Control Shift P in Mac OS, or Control Shift P in Windows and Command Shift P in Mac OS to open the command palette, or you click on this gear icon which is on the bottom left, you click on that and then select command palette. So if you click on command palette, this is how it looks like, and on the top you will see the recent command which I have used. These are all the recent commands which I have used. So here what we have to search for is LWC. If you search for LWC, you will find the very first link, create Lightning Web Component. We are going to utilize that, and you could give the name anything. I'm going to say Apex Hours underscore hello world, or I'll say hello world. Okay, this is my first component, hello world, which is Apex Hours hello world. And once you hit enter, it will ask you to choose a directory, whatever is selected by default. Click enter and it will create a Lightning Web Component for you. You will see a success message in the bottom right. You will see that your component is created here on the left. You would see. Now this is the structure of any Lightning Web Component. So there is a folder called LWC, which is provided by Salesforce. Under LWC, you will have all your Lightning Web Components, and every Lightning Web Component is a folder. Let's say if I create another component, which I say let's say welcome message. So I've just created two Lightning Web Components. So you will see under LWC, I have got two folders which says hello world, and another one is welcome message, right? So any LWC is nothing, it is a folder. Under that folder, by default you will see another folder which says underscore tests underscore. That is basically writing the unit test for our LWC. We are not going to deep here in this folder. We are going to focus on these three default files which gets created. One is the HTML file, .html file, and if you see that .html file have the starting and ending template. This is what we were talking about, templates. This is a custom template. We can write any HTML which we want. Okay. Then we have got a hello world, that is a .js file. This is a JavaScript class, importing using the default import export. If you can clearly see, it's a JavaScript class. You can give any name of your class. If I say hello world, this is also going to work. You can give any name, as I said. It is extending another class called a lightning element, which we are getting from the base library, that is LWC. So this is a module which is provided by Salesforce, LWC, and it gives us some basic classes, some decorators for us to utilize and make Lightning Web Component interactive, attractive, and connect with Salesforce or some other APIs. Then in the last, the third file is .xml file, meta.xml file, which talks about the Lightning Web Component, which holds the API version, holds another tag, and there are few more tags which we will talk later. As of now, our focus will be on HTML file. So here we are going to do nothing. We'll just have a h1 tag, and we will say, what we will say is, welcome to Apex hours. Welcome to Apex hours. That's what we are going to add as a h1 tag. We're just adding a simple HTML syntax. Okay, and then now once we have done the development, so we have to deploy it, right? So let's do a right click, and once you do the right click, you are going to see multiple options like this. Select sfdx, deploy this source to org, and once you select that, Salesforce CLI is going to start the deployment, and it will deploy the component to your org, which is connected. In my case, if you see, it says Mule Driven Sandbox Dev. Okay, and now I can see the deployment has been successfully happened, and I can see some components were created. Now let's go ahead, copy this component name, because we have to see the outcome, right? So let's go to our Salesforce org and click on this setup icon, open developer console. For few demos, we are going to use this developer console for the, what we will say, for the developer console for the purpose of checking the outcome of our LWC. But as soon as we got to know how we use LWC inside our Salesforce org, we will stop using this. Okay, so let's go to file. We have to create a lightning application. So we'll go to file, new, and we will select lightning application. Give the name of application. I'm going to say Apex hours app, and click on submit. So once you create, this is your Aura application. It clearly says Aura colon application, and here now you have to use your component. So to use your component, we will say C colon the name of our component, and that's it. This is what we have to utilize. C is the default namespace for our Lightning Web component or Aura component. Colon says that, okay, under this namespace, I'm going to find out this Lightning Web component or Aura component. Now let's click on preview. As soon as we click on preview, it's going to open the Aura, and we will see welcome to Apex hours. But it's not that big what we anticipated, right? We anticipated a heading, a big heading, right? That's not happening. Couple of things we need to do. So let's say here we are going to add another tag called extends slds colon, what is that? Extend slds colon. Okay, we really I really forgot, because I haven't worked on Aura from a quite long time. So I will say, I'll Google it. You can also Google it. Googling is not bad. Okay, Aura application extends CSS. So I'm just trying to figure it out. Okay, so it's always good to do Google if you really know how to do the Google. Okay, it says ID extend slds colon, what is that? Okay, extend slds. Let me see if that works now. Don't worry, we will figure it out. Yes, it is extends force colon slds. My bad, I was writing a different way. It's like this. So what it does basically, it helps you to utilize the CSS which is provided by Salesforce. It says SLDS is Salesforce Lightning SLDS. Okay, now if you see, it's not actually giving a big Apex hours, but it says Apex hours in a beauty. It clearly says that the heading has been changed, the text has been changed, the background looks a little bit changed. Now what we need to do is we need to apply some CSS here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to add a class here. where I'll say SLDS hyphen, I want SLDS text heading underscore large. Not sure if this is the correct heading. Okay, just a disclaimer, if this doesn't work, we are going to Google it again. So let's go ahead. We just saved this. We again going to do the right click and deploy the source. So what I said, I want to utilize a class which is provided by SLDS itself. So I said SLDS text. What I want to do is I want to use heading, and which heading I want large. So wish me all the best, and we should be able to see the big letter now. And yes, we did it. Welcome to Apex Hours. It's in a big letter. Okay, now another class which I would like to use is SLDS text align underscore center. So I'm trying to align the text on the center, as well as I'm going to do the spacing, give the spacing from all side, left, top, right, bottom. So I'll say SLDS. I would say what I want to do is margin around and large. So I want to give the margin, I want to give the all around, and then what sort of margin I want to give is large margin. So let's go ahead and deploy this. You really don't need to remember all these classes and all. You could always Google it. You could always go to SLDS CSS and you will find all the classes there. Some of them works. You see, the center one did not work for me, but I got it working the margin, I got it working the heading, right? So that is fine for us. It's good that we have got this welcome to Apex Hours, which is in a big letters now. So this was our very first component. Okay, now what we did is we actually developed a Lightning Aura application to see the preview, right? To see the preview. But what if I want to use this component which I developed inside the home page of our Salesforce, or inside any record page, of an object, or could be I create a Lightning application and I wanted to use as an app page, right? How you do that? I wanted to keep this for later, but let's quickly uh, stop using this Aura application and start using our component inside the home page itself. So all our demo are going to use most of the demo, not all demo. Most of the demo are going to be used this home page or in the record page. To utilize your component in the Lightning App Builder pages, it could be anything: Lightning App page, home page, record page, flow, Lightning Experience Builder, utility bar, inside email. When I say email, that is Google email or Outlook. You have to go and select this meta XML file. This is your go to place. Anytime you wanted to expose your component, expose to Lightning App Builder to anyone, you have to go to the XML file, meta XML file, click on true, like change is exposed attribute to true. So unless you mark this attributes as true, you cannot use your component inside any Lightning App Builder. After you have marked this component as is exposed, this is not yet done. What you have to do is, first of all, you have a tag called master label. Okay, so let's say we are saying Apex Hours. I'm going to say AH hello world. Okay. Oh my god, hello world. This is my master label. I will tell you what this master label is. Then you have got description. You could always provide what is the purpose of this component. So I will say this, the purpose of this component is to display the hello world. That's the description of my component. It's always, as a best practice, it is always good to provide the description of your component. That really helps you and your fellow colleagues or the person who is joining your team or later an year or a month or 6 months to understand what was the purpose. Then this is here. This is now you are going to do the actual magic. Magic, it starts from here. What is that magic? Now what you want to do is you want to expose, let me do comment here. You want to expose your component to the home page or to the record page or to the app page. We're just going to talk about three targets only. What are these? These are targets. App page, home page, record page. These are your target. And this is not a single target. There are multiple targets. So what you have to do is you have to say targets. Targets. Under this targets, you have to define target. Each target individually. So you have to say target. And here what you have to do is for home page, you have to write lightning underscore home page. So as soon as you start writing, it actually going to give you the suggestion. So I'm going to do a copy paste for app page, that is app page. For record page, it is record page. And your component is exposed to be used inside home page, app page, and record page. Let's go ahead, deploy it and see it what happens. So do the right click and click on deploy this source to org. So you select any file, HTML, JavaScript, or meta.xml. It is going to deploy all three components. Now let's go back to the home page here. And before we actually go to the home page, I'm going to go to setting and we are going to disable one setting. As a developer, if you disable this setting, you will be really happy. If you will not disable this setting, you will cry later on. So follow these steps. Go to session settings. Go to session settings. And here what we are going to do is we are going to disable the catch. The reason why we are disabling the catch, because if you don't disable, you make the changes into your component, you keep refreshing the page, you will never see the new change. You might see after 10 minutes or you might see after a day. So that is why this setting is going to be your savior. So what you have to do is you have to go to session settings, find out the catching heading and disable this setting called enable secure and persistent browser catching to improve performance. We don't want to have the performance in our dev org. Disable these settings. Disable these settings. Okay. And once you disable the settings, go to the bottom and hit save button. So if you see it, the save button is on the bottom. If you don't see it, please go ahead, find the save button and hit it. Now, to use our component inside home page, you have to click on this setting icon and then click on edit page. This edit page, you have to follow the steps for every single place like record page, home page or app page. Now, once you follow, this is your lightning app builder. This is your lightning app builder. You could even see it here on the top left. And what you have to do is first you have to wait for your component to get loaded, whatever your page looks like. That's the first thing you have to do. Second thing, once your component is loaded, I'm going to remove this performance from the top. I'm going to delete it. If you want, you keep it your ways. And what you have to do is you have to search, not even search, you go to this standard, you click on this drop down link to collapse this, and under custom you will see your component, and here what you will see is you will see the master label. That is what the master label is. That is what the master label is. So you have to just drag and drop and you see welcome to Apex hours. Welcome to Apex hours. Click on save button. Click on save button. Do a save again to re-verify and click on back button. to be back on your home page, and that, my friend, helps you to utilize your component inside the home page or app page or record page. So, aren't you enjoying? This is pretty easy. This is really easy. If you know HTML, know basic JavaScript, this is really, really easy. Okay, so next thing, you might wanted to say, Amit, this doesn't look good. Can you make a white background and then display the character? Okay, yes, I can make it. Yeah, let's make it. We can make it. Okay, so we are here. Now, if we want to have a white background, we have a couple of options. To write a custom CSS to make it white, or my favorite, which is going to be used most of the time, that is using a lightning card. How? Let me show you. And before I show you, actually I would like to show you something. Open a new tab into your browser and search for lightning web component library. This is going to be your go-to place as soon as you start working with lightning web component. So click on this link, and this is going to be your go-to place, as I said. So this is a place from where you are going to get every single tag about your lightning web component. So you see on the top here on the left side, you see on the top there is something called lightning web component. Then you have aura components. So you are mostly going to work with this lightning and lightning spin. Okay, snap in job, whatever it is. So we are going to mostly spend our time inside lightning. So what we said, I want to utilize a card. What is a card? A card is nothing. A card is a kind of a box where it has a title on the title and icon on the left, some sort of buttons on the right, and then some footer text, and then between a body. How it looks like, let me show you. So this is the library. If you go and search for card and click on this lightning card under web component, so this is your playground kind of thing. This is your playground kind of thing. You can come here, pick your component, pick the standard component which you want, and just try it here. Just try it here. So let's say it says this is a card. It is a basic card. You have a drop down. You say card with a custom title and footer, or maybe card with a narrow variant. If you select that, it is going to run it, and you will see you have got hello, this is icon, this is your body, and here is what it controls, whatever it is going to see. So if I say here Salesforce Apex hours, you will see the text is getting changed, right? And here I have got, it says lightning button icon, which is a icon. If I want to hide it, or if I say lightning button instead of button icon, and I give it a label, let's say label, and I'll say click me, and then I say value, okay, click me. Okay, lightning button icon name variant, I really don't need this variant as of now. Slots is okay, alternative text is also okay. Yeah, you see now, you see we have got this button, click me, and that's not clickable yet, but you see it, how it looks like, right? Once you see, okay, here we could say, okay, www.apexhours.com. So if you do like this, you'll see here it says apexhours.com, and here if we say Apex Hours as a title, so the title is going to be changed to Apex Hours. If you want to change this icon as well, how do you find which icon you want to use? You could go to SLDS icons, and this is the place which I was talking about, like SLDS, Salesforce Lightning Design System. So here you will have all the icons. It's not actually the icon, which is not correct. It looks like it is an icon. Okay, this is not correct. This is not correct. This one is correct. Sorry. CLDS icon. Okay, what happened? So there is a one place which says all icons you could get it. SLDS icon category wise. I would say category wise. SLDS icon category wise, and I'm sure we will get those icons. This is really okay. It says about icons. Okay, actions. That's not good because okay, that's fine. If you don't get it, come to this lightning design system, and on the left hand side you will find something called icons. This is where I find my icons. So you could see here, these are all the icons available. You can utilize it. We have categories like utility. So these are all the utility icons. You have categories like doc type. These are all the doc type icons. Now how you utilize this in your LWC? Let's say you wanted to use something called doc type video. You wanted to use this icon. So let's copy this, or even we don't need to copy. What we know is this category type is doc type. So what we have to do is we have to say a doc type colon, and then what is the icon name? That is video. And you see, so you just have to find out doc type colon video. If you don't find anything relevant, then you have custom icon. Then you have custom icon. If you go here, these are all the custom icons, and the process is same. Okay, that is how you utilize your custom icons. So that is what we had about the playground. Now I'm going to copy the same text from here because I know this looks good. I'm going to copy, come back here into my page and paste it here. Let's paste it. And what I need is, I just need this card, and one more thing important. Your LWC will always start from a template and always end from a template. You cannot have two templates starting and ending at its own pace. How you can have two templates, we will see later. So I'm going to paste it here. Now we are going to copy this h1 tag that we really need it, and we are going to paste it here inside body. Okay, inside body. Now this is a body which says a paragraph text, which really doesn't help us. We're going to convert it to the division tag. Division starting, division ending. Similarly for footer as well, division starting, division ending. Now all the classes that I have added into my instead of adding all these classes here at a heading label, this spacing class I'm going to add at a division label. Rest all will be same as it is. This align center is not working at all, so I'm going to remove that as well, and a little bit formatting, we are done. Now if we go ahead, deploy it, we will see a white background with the icon, with a button and the updated text. So let's go to home page and refresh this, and this is going to show you a different thing, and we are here. So you see, Apex Hours is a title. Welcome to Apex Hours. Again, I welcome you all to Apex Hours. In this series, we are really enjoying learning this LWC from starting. Click me is a button, nothing happens, and we're done. So that is how you develop your first web component and you utilize it at various places. Okay. Next thing, let's navigate to the properties. Because what we have seen is, we've just seen that okay, we created a static text, we added some SLDS CSS, and we are done. Now what are the properties? So if you know Apex, and I believe you know Apex because we have already covered Apex in this training itself. If you haven't watched those videos, any of those videos, please go ahead, watch those videos if you don't know Apex, and trust me, you're going to get benefit from those videos. Let's coming back to our topic. Properties in Lightning Web Component. These are nothing, these are equal to variables in Salesforce. So to store anything, to store any information, we have to use properties. We have to use properties. And properties can be used to store anything. And if I have to say, if you really know JavaScript, these properties are nothing. These are the JavaScript variables, because we are going to write the properties in JavaScript. That is why we have got that JavaScript class. That is what we have got. Okay. So we said here, in you can create the properties in Lightning Web Component JavaScript class using either ways. What are those either ways? These are the either ways: a JavaScript variable, or with the help of @API or track decorator. We will see both. Okay, we will see both. So before we navigate to next thing, let's play around with this. Okay, let's play around this. Now this message that we are getting is coming, actually this is actually coming from static. We've just added, okay, welcome to Apex Hours. Let's say if I add another paragraph here, and we can say we are learning Salesforce Lightning Web Component crash course, or we say we are in Salesforce Lightning Web Component crash course. Okay, this is again a text field, this is again a text field, this is again random text, right? One more thing, if I want, we can make it hyperlink, so that if we click, we navigate to Apex Hours. So let's make a hyperlink using ahref. That's what how we make. Okay, I believe I don't need to teach you HTML. So we've got this apexhours.com and all. Okay, we'll say that's fine. Okay, that's fine. So now we need to store these variables into the JavaScript class, or we need to store this information into a variable and use those variables here in our Lightning Web Component HTML. So let's navigate to the JavaScript file. This is a JavaScript file by default having nothing. So if we have to create at a class level, if we have to create a variable at a class level in LWC, what we have to do is we just have to give the name of variable, and that's it. So let's say we say YouTube channel name equal to, and that's it. We just created a variable. Similarly, if we say course name, that's it. Or if I say what I can say, maybe educator, and I can say okay, Amit Singh. And then let's say if we say facilitator, or maybe something, it could be anything, right? For example, owner, let's say Amit Chaudhary, right? So what we are doing is here, so these are all the variables we have. I can say create variables like name, age, or I can say is admin, and I can say true, or I say is free, that means the course is free or not, and I said true. Or I say, let's say I can say what I would say, address, and I can create something like this: street, state, like country. These are all the attributes that we have, these are all the variables. I can also say, let's say contact list, and this is going to be an array of contacts, like I say first name, like this, first name, last name, email, right? Or I say ID, and then I have multiple here, like 2, 3, like this, right? So what I did is I actually created multiple types of variable at a class level, at a method label, at a different label we'll talk about later. But as of now, I created, these are the normal values. Okay, these are the normal values. I say 30. So these are the string values. This is a integer. This is a boolean. This is an object. This is an array of objects. So what we have got is, we have got all kind of variables, and that's how these are known as properties. These are known as properties. Now we'll get back to HTML. Take this text and paste it here into our channel name. Welcome to Apex Hours. We are going to go to HTML and take this, paste it here into the course name and save it, right? If you don't save it, this is how it looks like, that black dot you see next to HTML, right? That's how it looks like. Now we have created the properties. How do we need to, how we are going to use this in our HTML? How are we going to use this in our HTML? So to use this in HTML, we have to take the property name, just take it, go to HTML, and use opening and closing curly braces, that we also say as flower brackets, and paste your variable. This is it. This is it. You don't have to do c dot, v dot, what we used to do in Aura components. You just have to use opening and closing curly braces. Put the name of your variable. Put the name of your variable. Okay, that's what you have to do, and you are done. You have just created the properties and stored those properties here. Let me show you one more thing. For this I'm going to have one more class here. For this I'm going to have medium. I'm just having a medium heading and one more for a small heading. And what I wanted to tell you is, if I have to, let's say 123 Main Street, city, let's say it could be ABC, state is obviously UP, and I'm from Bharat. Okay, if you have to display this address, what you will do, you'll say okay, address, like this, right? That's what I told you, that's what you will do, right? Let me tell you why you will not do like this. Let's deploy this. Let's deploy this and see what actually happens. Okay, so we have successfully deployed it. Now we need to go to our component and refresh it in our Salesforce org. So I can't wait, and do you see it here? It says welcome to Apex Hours, that we got it. Okay, it says we are in Salesforce Lightning Web Component crash course. That is also good. And what next? What it says? Object, object. It says object, object. Why it says object, object? Before that, we'll go there. We'll definitely go there. Let's go to this. Let's click on this link, and you will see it's not taking us to apexhours.com. And why it's not taking? Because it's not a valid URL. Why it's not a valid URL? Because we have to say HTTPS like this. Any valid URL which we are using in Salesforce has to start with HTTPS, because then only Salesforce will get to know that it is an external link. If you try to use like this, what it will do is, and what it has done is, it has appended that on the page on the top. You see the URL, it has appended on the top, and it says okay, I did not find anything. That was the one thing. Okay, the next thing that we have is, it shows object and object. I really have the solution for this, how you access the objects and objects, but one thing I would like to first Google it is to center this. I wanted to have this, everything is in center. How do I say, or how do we will learn? We will say SLDS align center. Just Google it, you will find this is your class SLDS absolute. This is the one, SLDS align absolute center. And I will just have to put this for my division, because that's my division where I want to have everything aligned left. I'm sorry, everything aligned center. Anything which I'm going to put inside this division, I want to have it aligned center. That's the first thing we wanted to Google it. Second thing that we wanted to Google it is, let's copy this object. I never did it, I'm trying it, I'm learning it with you. Okay, so we will say object is displayed on HTML. Okay, LWC. Okay, many people will I'm going to remove LWC because I really don't need that. Okay, so I would see what is if we have something. If not, let's forget it. It will take some time. I don't want that. So basically, why it displayed an object as object. Okay, so when you see something like object, that means either you are trying to print a complete JavaScript object or a complete JavaScript array in your HTML, a complete JavaScript object or a complete JavaScript array in your HTML. Okay, and that's what we did. We said address, let's print complete address, and that's not how you print it. Okay, so if you have to print your object, how you will print is, you will say address dot street, you will say address dot street. That's how you are going to print. So if I say, now let's have a br tag. Okay, and I'm going to have all those variables, address, I would say city, then state, then country. So anything, any JavaScript object you want to access in HTML, you will say the property name. And as this is a JavaScript object which says any variable starting with curly braces, flower brackets is an object. So you will say address dot object. If I have to compare this with Apex class, how it going to look like? Okay, I'm going to write it. I just want to make sure you learn it, every single basics. So you'll say public class address, then you will have public string street, then you will have public string city, state and country, right? That's what we are going to have as a class. Now if you need to access these variables, what you will do is you will say address equal to new address, and then you will say add dot street, right? That's what you are going to do. So this is what we are here. This is an object. We don't need to instantiate. This is an object type of variable. We'll say object dot street, object dot city. If you hover over right object, you will see it's at hello world dot address. Hello world is our main class. Dot address is a property, and this contains this. So that's how you access your object properties. Let's go ahead and deploy this. Let's go ahead and deploy it, test all the changes we made. The code is now there. All we have to do is refresh the page. All we have to do it, refresh the page, and we got this kind of okay, that's good. That's not good, but we will make it work. Okay, let me have a sip of water. Okay, this is not good at all. This is not what I wanted. This is not what I wanted. But that's fine. No worries. We got this address printed here, that is fine. Now let's go ahead and click on this apexhours.com, and this time we will be navigated to Apex Hours, and we are. So you could say here, we are here into the Apex Hours, and we see every single thing about, every single good thing about what Apex Hours does. Okay. So how to get rid of this thing which we made it? Pretty simple. Remove this align absolute center from the division tag and keep it where you want. That's the easy fix. That's the easy fix. Okay. And deploy it. Next, what we had is using the properties using @API or @track decorator. @API or @track decorator. So let me tell you, my friend, @track decorator is used very less nowadays. Used very less nowadays. Okay. @API is used to either take the input from a parent component or take or give the output to the parent component. So basically, @API is kind of a public variable that can be accessed outside of the Lightning Web component. It is a public variable that can be accessed outside the Lightning Web component. And whatever all the variables we have created so far, that are the private variables. These are the private variables that cannot access outside of this class hello world. The concept is same. The concept of access modifiers that you have learned in Salesforce Apex, which also applies here. How we make a variable public in JavaScript LWC is we have to use @API, and as soon as you select @API, it will import it from LWC module. If you don't see imported, first of all, it will give the error, but if you error at the time of deployment, otherwise you have to import it here. Without importing API, you cannot use it. And similarly, you have to import track as well. So you can say API, let's say record ID, and then this is a public variable that can be accessed outside of your JavaScript class called hello world. Okay. Now what is the use of this track? As I said that this is not being used frequently. This is being used very less. This is useless, you can say, not actually useless. Okay. So when we use track, so there is something called reactiveness. Okay. Reactiveness. There is something called reactiveness. What is this reactiveness, the fancy word that you're telling us, Amit? So this reactiveness is like, let's say we have a button here. Okay. On the click of button, we call a JavaScript method, which we will see later on. On the click of a button, we call a JavaScript method. And if I change the value of any variable from the JavaScript, it should reflect here in HTML. That is what reactiveness is. Like any change that I made in the backend JavaScript class, it should reflect my HTML if that variable is used in HTML. What happens in some cases, and what are those cases? When we have objects of object, or we have array of objects, what happens? What really happens? Objects of objects is like you have, let's say, persons, you have objects, and then that object itself contains multiple objects. Okay, like this. Array of objects you already have like this. Okay, so sometime what happens when you have this objects of objects or array of objects which you are utilizing here in your HTML, and if you change the value from the backend, that value actually doesn't reflect in HTML. Sometime it happens. Not every time. sometime it happens. So for that case, to get rid of that, whenever we have a scenario like array of objects or objects of object, what we do is we decorate that variable with the module called at the rate track, the variable called with the decorator. Basically these are decorators. At the rate API is a decorator, at the rate track is a decorator, and there is at the rate wire, that is also a decorator. We will talk about wire later. So we have to decorate that variable with the decorator call at the rate track. So that is what, how we will do is we'll say okay at the rate track, and that's it. That is your track variable. So even if there is a possibility that if you make changes in any of these objects, your HTML will always reflect if you are using this in your HTML. That is what the track says. That is what the track says. And at the rate API is making this variable publicly available so that if some component is calling this component, can pass the value to this variable, or we can also accept the value from the different, we can also accept the value from a different lightning app builders like home page, app page, record page, experience cloud, or flow. There are many places where we would like to use our component, where we would like to use our component, and we would like to accept some input parameters so that we can render our component accordingly. That is where this public variables comes into the picture. Okay, we will talk about those, don't worry. So let's go ahead and deploy this. Let's go ahead and deploy this. So yeah, we just got deployed. We have to test it now. Hopefully this mess is cleared now. Okay, this mess is cleared. This mess is cleared. This address looks weird because we have made it weird, but that's fine. So that's what your properties and all is. I'm going to uh, kind of do not make a line break, which will kind of will look good. Okay, yeah. So next thing what we have is we have loops in Lightning Web Component. What are the loops? How we can utilize the loops? Because see, when we had to display the array of, not array of objects, when we had to display the object, what we did is we said okay, we are going to use a dot notation and that's it, right? But what if I have array of objects, I have so many contacts, I wanted to display each and every contact in the UI. How you will do? Because you have an array of objects, you have multiple objects, how you will do, how you are going to loop through? We have seen that in Apex, right? We have multiple objects, we have a list, we have a set, we have a map, we have to iterate, we just iterated and we are done, right? So what is that one thing that is equivalent to the loops in Lightning Web Component? So we have got two things, for each and iterator. We have got two things, for each and iterator, and out of these two I'm only going to focus on for each. Iterator I will not pick up because 99% we are going to use for each in our real-time experience. Okay, so for each is basically a directive. For each is a directive. If you see the technical term, that is a directive. Iterator is also a directive. For each is used to iterate through the array of records or list of records and display those into the UI. Display those into the UI. This is the example. The top one is for each, the below one is iterator. Okay, so this is where this is a child template. I talked about that template is always going to, there is going to be always one and one template starting and ending. Under that template, you could have other templates, but how? That's what we are going to see now. So what we said for each, what is our list? This is our list, contact list. What is the variable of our for each? Contact, which is going to hold the value of each object in every iteration, one by one. For index, it's going to hold the value 0, 1, 2, 3, and that's it, right? So you might be thinking, Amit, you said for each is used 99%, but what is that 1% where we are going to use iterator? Because you haven't said 100%, you said 99%. So what is that 1% where you are going to use iterator, right? And that's a good question actually. So in case of for each, we will not be able to understand if the element that we are using, that we are working with, either it is a first element or last element, or it is a middle one. Like it could be neither first nor last, could be any other. In case of for each, we will not be able to identify. And if we have any requirement that we wanted to uh, treat differently the first element and the last element in the list, then the iterator comes into the picture. And that is the only use case I see. So if you have to treat your components like first element and last element in the array differently, do some different colors, uh, do some font size, styling, and other things, you could use iterator because it has something called first and last, which gives you if the component is first or last in the list. And that is the 1% use case which I was talking about. That's why I said I'm not going to cover this. You could always go and look into this. You could always go and learn about it. Okay, we are going to learn about for each. So, and before we go and learn about for each, we really need the good data. We really need the good data, right? Because if we don't have data, we will not be able to work on this. So for that, let's go and take the help from Google Baba. So we will say contact list JSON. So we say contact list JSON, and if you click on this link, you will see we've got, this is a huge list, right? Oh my god, we have got n number of contacts. Oh my god, and I will love to use this. I will love to use this contact list. Okay, don't worry, we're just going to copy paste. So let's click on this raw, do Control A and Control C. And my friend, if you really want to use this, use it. If you don't, it's your choice basically. So I'm going to use this. How? In the bottom of my class, which is hello world itself, or let's kind of create another web component, and I'm going to say ah underscore for each, or I'll say contact list, contact list. Okay, this is my component. I'm going to create a variable here, and I will say at the rate track, I would say contacts equal, paste it whatever I have copied. Oh my god, we have got more than 4,000 rows. That's really amazing. That's really amazing, isn't it? Don't worry, it's just a dummy data. Now we've got this track. It says error. Why it says error? Because we have not imported. So let's import it. And the error is gone. So we really have got good number of data which says location, email, cell phone, that is phone number, the picture of that person, the contact ID, first name and last name, right? So we've got so many unique contacts, and I love it. Okay, let's go to XML, expose it. So we will say true, and master label is contact list, and I'm going to say ah contact list. because AH is my Apex hours. You can set description, displays the dummy contact list. Okay, dummy contacts, displays the dummy contacts. And now I have to say target, and then I have to say target, and the target is home page. I'm only going to utilize my component inside home page, not any other component. Okay, that's it. My XML file is done. Let's go to HTML now, and to save the time, let's take this lightning card from our hello world, paste it here, and remove all other thing which you don't need. Even I don't need the button. So I don't need the button, I've removed it. Next thing what I would do is I would change the icon here because I wanted to display contact. So I will say standard, the standard colon contact. This is what we have. So as we said, we are going to use for each because we have a list of contacts. Don't know how many contacts we have, but we have a list of contacts. We wanted to display those into the UI. And we have to display all those one by one. So how we will do, we will say, okay, let's use a template. And as I said earlier, there could be only one template starting and ending without anything here, without anything. But if you are using a template, inside a template, better you must use for some better use, like iterating the records, displaying using if else, different if else conditions, right? So what we have to do is we'll say, okay, for colon each, what is the okay, we'll say for colon item, and then for colon index, which I would say index. And then here, let's quickly have a division tag. Okay. Now, let's understand these elements, these two elements. For each, here you have to use your variable, which is array of records. And in our case, that variable is contacts. And if you remember, we've talked about using any variables, you have to use within curly braces without double quotes. Without double quotes. We don't need to use double quotes. This is how we will use. Now this item is going to be our single item, which will hold one record at a time, and that item we will use here to display the detail. So let's say it is con, and here we have to display the details. Let's say we wanted to display the details, okay, list wise, that's fine. All, yeah, let's not do that. So one important thing, every time you are using for each or iterator to to list your records and display into the UI, what you have to do is the topmost HTML tag, the topmost HTML tag that you are using here must need to use an attribute called key. So if you hover over to this, you will see missing key element for division inside of iterator elements. Iterators must have a unique key, computed key value. And why we must need to have a key? So we have to give a key attribute here, and that key has to be unique. In our case, there is a unique key called ID. Unique key called ID. Okay, this is unique for every contact. In your real time, your contact ID is going to be unique. Okay, so that's what we have here. Now, why it has to be unique? Why it has to be unique? It has to be unique so that if you have 100 records you're displaying in the UI, you click off any of those records, it would be easy for our component to render that record separately and figure it out which record you have clicked. Easily it will figure it out. So it has to be unique key. If you don't have a unique key, utilize index. But if you have an index, if you have a unique key, don't use index. If you have an index, sorry, what I'm saying, if you have a unique key, use unique key. If you don't have a unique key, use index, but don't put key as a blank. Make sure you put something for key. And here now we are going to display. So let's say we are going to say con dot, what we have, Mr. We have got first underscore name, then ampersand NBSP, we have got con dot last underscore name. So if you don't understand what is this ampersand NBSP, this is just for giving a space. And then we will say BR tag. Now I'm going to give the BR, okay, because every contact detail will be in a different line, in a separate line. Then we have got email, okay, good. So we are going to say con dot email. Then we have got ampersand NBSP, and then we will have con dot cell. And what we have location as well, and picture. Okay, good. So we will have another BR tag here, which will say con dot location, and then we will have another BR tag here, BR tag, and we will have now this is a picture, right? We would like to see the picture of that person. We would love to see the picture. If this is actually a valid URL, let me see if this is actually a valid URL. Copy it, paste it in your Google Chrome, new tab, and this is actually a valid URL. This is actually a valid URL. So let's go ahead, use a image or img tag, img src. So src is going to have contact.picture, and that's it. That's what the img tag looks like. We have got alt, which is alternative text. We would say contact picture, and that's it. Now what it will do is this division is going to be rendered every time for multiple contacts, and based on whatever the contact we get it here, the information is going to be rendered here. So let's go ahead, deploy this, use this component inside home page and see the magic. And we got the error. Why it says value too long for field source max. Whoa. The error is because we have got so many contacts. It's really a huge file, and I see the problem that Salesforce is going to face. So I'm going to remove some of the contacts. Still there are too many. So I've got 43, not that many. I don't need that many. Now I don't need. So 19 contacts are fine. Okay, let's go ahead and deploy this now. So if you also did like me, copied the whole contacts, put it here, my friend, it will not work. Salesforce limitation. Okay, so now the component is deployed. All we have to go to Salesforce org, edit this page, and I also have to deploy my previous component where I wanted to remove this address. And deploy this so that I see the things in a good way. Now we need our component. So if you go to custom, you would find contact list. Let's do a drag and drop. And my friend, we are done. You see here, we are done. Great. It is beautiful. Not that much that we wanted, but it is actually beautiful. Okay. So after saving it, click on back button and you will be here to see the changes. Okay, you got contacts. One thing that I don't like is we've got contacts and then it says name next to it, right? So why? Because we forgot to put the BR tag, which is going to do a line break, right? Now this is what we have got. This is the picture, this is how it looks like. So let's say you wanted to say that I wanted to make this picture in a profile format, like a round color. So how you will do that? Right? So let's go ahead, do a right click on inspect, and you will see something like this. So you will be here under the HTML, you will see there is an image, right? And if you select that image, if you go to this element.style, and you say border radius, and you say 50%, you will see that you got a profile picture like this. Right? And that's what you need. And maybe if you want, you can change it like with 50%. Oh, with 50? No, that's not something good. Okay, we don't need with and odd. That's fine. We just need border radius. And if you want, you can say height, maybe 50%. It's not going to work. So that's fine. All we need is a border radius. Okay, and later on we might also wanted to change some styling of our image, right? So let's copy this. This is the one place which I really play around with the CSS. Once I'm done, I copy it and go to my component and put it there. So how we will do? Now what we are going to do is we are going to work with the concept of CSS. I can go and write the CSS here. I say style and I will say border radius 50%. I can do that. But later on, if I have to add more styling, I have to keep adding here and here again and again. So there is always a better solution for us to go ahead and utilize a CSS file for component. Then it comes the fourth file of our LWC structure, that is .css. If you go here, open your file, select the folder, click on plus, and you have to give the exact name of your component .css. That is the CSS file. Now here what you could do is you'd say let's say dot is going to be used to create the class. So you'll say dot profile pic. This is our class, and here I'm going to say border radius 50%, and I'm going to use this class in my image tag. Then you could have anything here. Maybe you could have root, and you said you are going to say font family, right? You could say font family. It could something maybe I really try to use Vardhana, but I can use this Times New Roman Times Serif, right? So you could have the CSS. You could have some other CSS, like let's say you have this division class, right? So let's say we say dot container, and here we would say background color as something called whatever it is, Alice blue, and we utilize this class here in our container component, in our container division. Okay, this is our container. So we are going to see that difference there. In the HTML file. We got some error. It says invalid usage of, we cannot use actually root. But we can use body. My bad, we cannot use root, but we can use body. We can use root, but for what purpose? That is a different purpose actually. So I'm not going there. So I've just deployed. Now we have deployed it. If we come back and refresh this page, this time you will see the changes, and the changes will be clearly visible. The background color you clearly see here, which has been changed to Alice blue. The profile picture has been changed. The contacts, whatever we see here, which is every single thing is changed here, right? Every single thing is changed. We are able to see the contacts here. We are able to see the contacts here. Now, one more thing, what you see is this is kind of, it's adjacent to this browser, to this border, right? It is adjacent to this broad border. There should be some space. So for that, we can go to this. This was our container, and this is actually our contact, right? This is actually our contact item. This is basically item. If we say class and we will say contact item, this is item, right? And we copy this class, go to our CSS and use dot item, and we say, let's say we are saying margin, and again I love to go here, inspect this, select the element and then inspect it, and then find out your one specific, this is your one specific LWC, this is one specific LWC. Go here and say margin, let's say 20 pixel. It looks okay, right? It looks okay. Or you could also say padding, let's say 20 pixel, and this looks awesome. So we are going to use both margin and padding. Just try it out. If you find that okay, this is now good for you, go ahead, utilize it. Go ahead and utilize it, and go ahead and refresh this page. So as soon as you will refresh, as soon as you will refresh, you will see now the change has been applied here. There is a space and everything. Like, that's fine. The email is not in the correct format, the phone is not in the correct format, the address is not in the correct format. Now, if you want to do formatting of all these, like email, phone, and address, then guess what? We have got Lightning Component Library. Let's go here and search for formatted. If you search for formatted, you will find formatted email, right? Formatted email. So what all we have to do is we just have to copy it. We just have to copy, come back to the component, come back to our component and paste it here. What is the value of your email? Value of your email is this. Similarly, formatted email, like formatted email, now I'm going to have a new line here, okay? We have got formatted phone and the value is cell. If you want, you could keep it as like same line without having a space, without having a BR. That is I think good for us, without having a BR here. Then for location, you have a formatted location. This is where you've got formatted location, and what it takes, oh, it does not take the value for your location, okay? And we don't have anything. If you go to document, you find latitude and longitude only. If you go to specifications, there is nothing. We have got format address, not location. Sorry, my bad. We have got format address, and this is how it formats. This is how it formats. But the problem is we have to provide city, state, postal code and everything, and that we don't have as of now. So let it be like this. Let it be like this. Okay, let's go ahead and deploy this. Let's go ahead and deploy this. So now let's get back and refresh this page. Let's get back and refresh this page. So you will see, right, email is formatted, phone number is formatted, address is here, we have got profile picture, we have got contact. If you want, you can always play around with the profile picture. Let's say if I say here, if I go to this profile picture and say align items, not sure if it is going to align center. No. Text align center. No, it's not working. You might wanted to check what could work here. to align your image as center. You could always go and play around with the CSS. All I wanted to have is to show you like this. I'm going to really remove this padding. This doesn't help me. This doesn't help me. Okay. So that's what we had as part of for each, for loop. One thing I believe that I missed in the agenda, that is how we are going to display the records conditionally. How we are going to use if else in our LWC. That is also very important. That is also very important. So how we are going to use if else? So scenario is pretty simple. If you have a value in a certain variable, then you would like to display that variable. If you don't have a value in the certain variable, then you would not like to display that variable and would not like to throw the error. Let me show you how. Let me tell you how. So in this contact, in our contact list itself, I'm going to add something called address as a new tag. Okay. And then in the address, I would say I have got street, and street is nothing. I'm going to take it from here, street, and then I would say city, which says Dublin, and I'm going to say state. I'm guessing this is state, Westmeath. Okay, and then I'm going to say postal code, and which is 66909. I'm not adding this address in other components. I'm just adding the address in the first contact itself. Now if we go to this address and we wanted to display this address here, so how we will display? We will say, okay, we have got contact dot, then contact is our object which gives us the access to this particular node. Yes, to this specific node, this one particular object. This is our object. Under that contact we have got address, so we will say address. Under this address we have got street. I'm just displaying street, that's it. So what we have got contact.address.street. Okay, let's go ahead and deploy this. Please try it along with me. This is really important for us. So if we go ahead and now refresh this page, we will get some error, and that error, my friend, is cannot read the properties of undefined reading street. And what is this error? What this error means? This says we are trying to read a property street of a variable that is undefined. And why it happened? Let me tell you. It tried to iterate with this contact, and it says, okay, I found this address. So as soon as, let me add some comments here. If as soon as I say contact.address, it says, yes, I found this whole object. Okay. And then I says, okay, con.address.street, and it says, okay, yeah, I have this for you, right? Now if I go to the below one, as soon as I say con.address, it says undefined. Why it says undefined? Because there is nothing available in the JavaScript. There is a place called variable environment. I'm not going to go deep, but variable environment is a place where all the variables are stored in JavaScript. So it goes to JavaScript. It says, can you give me the contact.address? It says, buddy, I have undefined for this. And as soon as you say this, now what you are saying is, ultimately what you are saying is, you're saying undefined dot street. And that's what Undefined does not have a property called street, and that's why we got that error. That's why we got that error. So how to fix this? How to fix this error? To fix this error, what we have to do is very simple thing. We have to use maybe a paragraph or a template. You could use anything. You just have to use another directive called if colon true. What you wanted to check here is, you said if there is something within contact address. If there is something within contact address. This is the one thing that you could utilize. The second thing that you could utilize is LWC colon if. That also does the same. It says LWC colon if you have contact dot address. Okay. You could also say if, and you say LWC colon else if there is no contact address. If there is no contact address, you say no address found. So what does means? You says if else, and between you can also have some more condition like else if, LWC else if contact dot address 1. You could have else if contact dot address 2, like this. So basically start, this is if, else if, else if, else, and this is just if. Like this we have if false, if colon false. So you can utilize it. You say if true, and I would like to utilize this for my contacts as well. I would say if there is something in contacts, then only iterate. Otherwise, don't iterate. That is what we had if else. If else in the system, if else in LWC. I forgot that I actually forgot to put that in agenda, but we covered it. That is how your if else going to work. LWC if or if true, sorry, if colon true and if colon false are for basic, and if you wanted to have nested if else, then use LWC if, LWC if, LWC else if, LWC else. Okay, that is how it works. So we have already did the deployment. Let's go ahead and refresh this page. This time we will see that we are able to see the details. You see here we got street 2 times. One is because of if true, one is because of LWC if. Then rest what we have got, no address found, no address found, no address found, and voila, this is working. This is working, right? So this is what we had for each in Lightning Web Component. So it's been more than 100 minutes that we are in the video. So if you want to take a break, a coffee break or tea break, so please go ahead, take a break, a 5-minute break, relax yourself, take a rest of 10 to 15 minutes, and then come back where we are going to talk about how we are going to invoke the Apex from Lightning Web Component. So I hope you had a good break. You have had some coffee, tea or something, or you still are having coffee in your hand. So what we are going to talk here is, we are going to talk about how we can invoke the Apex class from Lightning Web Components. So far what we have seen is very pretty simple concepts of if else, for each, how you create your component, how you expose your component to Lightning App Builder. To call the Apex class from Lightning Web Component, there are two different ways. One is the decorator, which is wire decorator, and one is imperative Apex. Okay, so we are going to see both, but before we see both, there are some prerequisites that are needed, that we need to understand what is there that we have to do to make any class available that can be invoked from Lightning Web Component. So the first prerequisite is whatever the class that you are creating, it must be public or global. Sorry, the method that you have inside your class, it must be public, global, and static in nature. That means your class must be public and global, and the methods, sorry, the method must be public, global, and static in nature. The method must be annotated with the help of @ or a enable annotation. And very importantly, if you are using a method, if you are calling a method using wire decorator, the method must be annotated with the help of @ or a enabled catchable equal to true. That has to be there. What is the significance? What is the use? We are going to talk about that. Next that we have is how we are going to call the method using wire way. Okay, so as we talked about @API, @track, and @wire, these are the three main decorators available in Lightning Web Component. @track and API are used to create the variables. @wire is used to invoke the different API methods, different Lightning data services method that Salesforce does provide, and @wire also used to make an Apex class call. You can call the Apex class, you can get the data. The very important thing is that wire method result, the result of wire method is always read only. You cannot modify that result. The result of wire method is always read only. You cannot modify that. And whatever the result we get from wire method, that is stored into a cache that Salesforce does internally for faster response and faster rendering. Okay, so what we have to do is, what we have to take the approach, we are going to create an Apex class that will have at least one method which is aura enabled. Then we are going to make sure that method is set to catchable as true. Then we are going to import the Apex class with the help of Apex module in Lightning Web Component. Then we are going to use the wire decorator. And then we are going to see how we are going to handle the errors and how we are going to handle the data. So we are going to see that wire is going to return a promise. Wire does return a promise or a variable. Okay, we are not going to talk about the variable concept because 100%, not 100%, again I would say 99% of the time you are going to use wire as that wire is returning a promise, not a variable. Okay, what is that concept? You can always go and learn about in deep about wire. Okay, this is a simple syntax I'm going to take you through, don't worry about that. So let's get into VS Code and start working this. So the very first thing that we need is we need an Apex class that is an aura enabled. So let's go ahead, create an Apex class. So we are going to say create Apex. We will find sfdx create Apex class. Let's do that. And here I'm going to say ah_hello world. Yeah, that is my class. This is a simple class. Let's go ahead, create a method. So it's a public static. We are going to return a string here because we are going to return a message, and we will say hello. We'll say hello. It will return, and what it will return is we'll say welcome to Salesforce Apex hours. That's it. Very simple method, very simple class. Okay, do the right click and deploy it. Please don't forget to deploy your Apex class before you deploy your component. So that's why as soon as we deployed this Apex class, we created this Apex class, we are deploying and we deployed it. Let's copy this Salesforce like Salesforce hello world, and we are going to go to this hello world, which is our component. This is the component I am going to utilize for making an Apex class call. But if you want, feel free to create a new component, or I would recommend to create a new component. But for my demo, I am going to use this component only. So in the JavaScript of your class, okay, I'm going to remove all these which is not needed at all for me. Like all these are not needed for me. So basically I'm just remove, okay, or let it be like this. That's fine. So what we need to do is we need to import our method. How we will import? We will say import, and the name of our method within curly brackets, we will say not like this, sorry. Let's say import say hello from where we wanted to import is, let's use single quotes and say at the rate Salesforce. Under Salesforce, what I wanted to access is a Apex class. Then what I wanted to access is, this is my class. Under this class, there is a method called say hello. This is what I wanted to import. This is what I wanted to import. I wanted to go to inside Salesforce org. Under that, I wanted to go to Salesforce Apex and search for this class. Under this class, I'm searching for say hello method. Say hello method. Okay. Now, this could be anything. I would say message, or would say welcome message. It could be anything. This specific method could be anything, because we have imported and this is our variable. It could be anything. You say ABC, abracadabra, Apex hours. You could anything. You could do anything. Okay. Now it says the message variable is declared but not used. That's fine. We have to use it now. So, okay. Now we have to use this method. This is a method which we have to call this using wire way. We have to call this using wire way with the help of wire decorator. So the first thing is that we need to import that wire decorator from our module called LWC. After we have imported, now what we have to do is copy this method name, okay, come here. After all your variables declaration finished, what you have to do is you have to say @wire, opening and closing parenthesis, that we also say as moon brackets, paste your method name, and if you say data, if you do like this, you are done. You have called the Apex class. Yes, you heard it right. You have called the Apex class. Or if I say instead of, I would say Apex data. You have heard it right. You have called the Apex class. Your information is available inside Apex data. Either it is a success information or it is an error information, but that is there inside Apex data. How do you get it out? How you get this data out? So this Apex data is nothing. This is basically an object. If I say this is going to look like something, this Apex data, there would be something called data, that is type of object, JavaScript object. Then there is something called error, that is also type of object. So this data is going to contain whatever you are returning from your Apex class. You are returning an string. So this Apex data eventually going to look like data is a type of string and error is a type of object. Now with that, I noticed one error that we have made, one mistake, that is in our Apex class, it should be @aura enabled. And as we are calling this method using wire decorator, we must need to use catchable equal to true. We must need to use catchable equal to true. If you don't use catchable equal to true, you will get some error says the method which has to be cached must be annotated with @ or enable catchable equal to true. You can give it a try. You can give it a try. Okay. So this is simple. Your Apex data is an object. It has data. It has error, right? So if you want to utilize this into your HTML, how you will utilize? How you will utilize? Simple, right? This is an object. We have already seen how to access an object. So let's copy this, and I'm going to create a paragraph here, and I'll say apex data and apex data.error. If there is any error, it will show data. If there is a success, sorry, if there is any error, it will show error. If there is any data, it will show data. So let's go ahead and deploy this. Let's go ahead and deploy this. Now we have deployed this. If we get back to our Salesforce org, we got this welcome to Salesforce Apex Hours. That is our data. That is our data which we have received from our Lightning Web Component. We don't have any errors, right? Now here, as we have learned something, what we will do is, we will say LWC if there is data, display data, otherwise display error, and we will say LWC colon else. If data, display data, else display error. You can make it as maybe division for both. The reason I'm saying division, because for error one, you could maybe have a paragraph, or instead of paragraph, you could have a span tag, and then you could maybe have a style and says color colon red, right? Now let's go ahead and deploy this. You could do this, but this is basically a way where we are using a variable to get the wire data, to get the data from wire. Okay, but what we should do is to handle the errors with the help of promise, So what we did is we just commented out the whole code, copied it again, pasted it here. Now instead of having a variable, instead of having a property, what we will do is we will say, okay, let's say I'm going to say wired welcome message. It could be any name. This could be any name. This is a method name. It could be any name, and I would say within the brackets it contains data and error. We have already talked about this data and error, right? That is what we just said, data and error, and we're done. This is our method. Another way of writing this is you could write something like you say data, or you say result, and you create the variable called const data and result, like this. You could also do like this. You might see some code which has been written like this, and this is called as deconstruction, variable deconstruction. So because this result is containing nothing, it contains two variables, data and error. Remember, these variables are always going to be same, data and error. If you use any other variable, that is not going to work. So this result contains nothing, this result contains data and error. This result contains nothing, this result contains data and error. So what happens? It says, okay, in this data variable, assign whatever you have got under data. In this error variable, assign whatever you have got under error. And then here you could say data. If there is data, do something. Else if there is error, do something. Maybe console.error. Just have the error here, right? You could do this. And the same thing we are going to do it here. If we have data, we are going to say, okay, we have got the data. If we don't have data, we are going to say we have some error, and we are printing that error into the browser console. Okay, and we could also say, okay, console.log data. Now this data is here. You wanted to utilize this data. So how you will utilize? You have to create a variable. So I'm going to say message. Message is my variable, by default having a blank value. And now this is really important. For us to understand the difference between these variables, which are defined directly inside the class label, and the variables which are defined inside a method. These variables are also known as local variables. Right? So we access local variables like this only. But if we need to access class level variable inside this method, so how we will access? We will say this dot the variable name. This is nothing. This is the instance which is representing this current Lightning Web component, that is hello world. And what we are doing is we are saying assign whatever you have got inside data to this message variable, and now you can use this message variable anywhere, wherever you want. I am going to comment out the below one. We have got this message, right? You maybe use a paragraph and put it here. So that is how you are going to call an Apex method with the help of wire decorator. And if you see here, I have called the same method twice, and it will work. Without any error, it will work. What I had to do is I just had to change the method name. And you need to make sure, this is very important, you need to make sure you are changing the method name. You can call n number of wire methods, you can call n number of Apex class methods, but you need to make sure you are changing the method name. If you keep the same method name, that is going to create discrepancy, and you will see unpleasant result, and the results that you would not want to see. So again, we have made the Apex class, how we call the Apex class and all. We deployed it. Let's go ahead and see it again. So we are going to refresh this. Page, and we are done. You see, there still is messages there. Remember, we done some browser consoles, we done some logs, some errors. To see that, do a right click, select inspect element, and go to console. You can see it says welcome to Salesforce Apex hours. Forget about the other errors. There are multiple errors. Forget about those. But see, welcome to Salesforce Apex hours. That is what we are getting as a result. Now you might say, Amit, you said if you don't use catchable, we get the error. Can you show us? Definitely, I can show you. For that, let me create a variable called error, and I will say json.stringify. As I said, error is basically nothing. It is an object, so I'm just stringifying it, converting the object into a string, storing it into a variable called error, which you will say, Amit, we don't have this variable. Don't worry, we will create it. We will create it. So we will say error. Okay. And we will also display this error message in our HTML. So we are going to have paragraph. Instead paragraph, I'm going to have a division. And I would say LWC if I have the value in error, then I'm going to use a span tag where I'm going to display my error message, which you already know how we do, and display it into the red color. Okay, let's deploy the component first. Let's deploy the component first, and in the next, we are going to comment out the catchable part from our method and then deploy the Apex class as well. So what we did is we intentionally removed the catchable and we said we are going to see the error, and let's go ahead and refresh this page. One thing that you might have noticed, we are not calling that method, the wire method, from anywhere, but still it is working. Isn't this amazing, right? Isn't this amazing? Yes, this is amazing. And the reason that it is amazing, because wire method works every time your Lightning Web Component loads. Wire method works every time your web component loads. So as soon as your component loads, your wire method is getting executed. We used to see that successful message, but now we are getting this error message which is there in front of our screen. You see it here. It says Apex method that are to be cached must be marked as or enabled catchable equal to true. This is the error, and if you see in the console, you see there are two errors. There are two errors, and if you go back, expand any of those, you will see the same error. Error.body.message. Error.body.message. Right? So that is what you get. That is what you get. Now if I go ahead and say, okay, that's enough. Enough of you. I don't want to see the error anymore. I deployed it. I have deployed this. Okay, it's not actually deployed. Now it is deployed. If we go ahead now and reload it, do a hard reload, we will see the error. Not my error, we will see the error, and yes, we are seeing the error. And why it's happening? Okay, why it's happening? This is a really, I would say, kind of a problem, because that's why in the first go I did not show you, because I have seen what happens if you get this error once, you really are going to regret it, because it doesn't easily go. And the reason why are the cached method, wire methods or catchable methods, those are cached. You cannot remove the catch easily. Now I have to try to sort of do something. I really have to uh, use this extension called clear catch, which I am going to really thinking this will help me. I'm really thinking this will help me. Let's see. We are still getting the error, but it is not there now. The error is coming because of catch, because of the catching problem. And that is why, remember, I asked you to remove that setting. Sometimes that also doesn't help, but this is in place. That's fine, no problem at all. We are not getting any issues. The component, it still says that we are getting issues, but that's fine. There is no error. Okay, there is no error. There is no error. I'm repeating it again and again because it is a Salesforce catching issue. It is a Salesforce catching issue. If you go ahead, keep refreshing, or maybe do a log out of your org and do login again, this will gone. This will be gone. This will be gone. Okay. So that is the one thing that we had. Next thing is that this method, whatever we talked about, this method doesn't accept any parameter. But you might see that, Amit, in the real time there are many places where we will have methods which are accepting some parameters, and then based on those parameters we return the response to LWC. So how we can pass the data from LWC to Salesforce so that Salesforce does filtering and give us back the data. Suppose that you wanted to get the contacts. You wanted to get the contacts for a certain account. Like you need to give the account ID to the system, and that account ID actually gives you the data, right? So let's create a method, another Aura enabled catchable method. Okay, and we will say public static, we are going to return list of contact, and we will say get contacts. I'm going to accept one parameter of type string, I would say account ID, and we will return a simple contact. We'll say select ID name from contact where account ID equal account ID. That's it. This is a simple method. This is a very simple method that we have created to get the contact based on account ID. Okay. So the very first thing is we need to import this contact methods. We need to import this contact method. So we just copy pasted. I'm doing it in a fast pace, and import is done. Let's say we have a variable here that we say account ID that is having a blank value by default. That is having a blank value because I have got only one contact in my system, and that contact is not related to any account. Okay, so that's why I have this blank value. Now you need to call this method. You need to call this method get contacts. So let's go ahead and call this method with the help of @wire get contacts, and I would say wired contacts. It is going to return me. This time I'm going to show you the other trick. This one. This is the one, okay? And I'm going to say console.log, and I will say data. Okay? Console.log data, and I will say contact data. Okay. This is our method which we already know if our wire method doesn't accept any parameter. But in our case, this get contact methods actually accept a parameter type of a string, and the variable name, the parameter name is account ID. So let's copy this account ID, get back to your wire method. After this method name, put a comma and use opening and closing curly braces. Opening and closing curly braces. This is how you are going to pass the variables in the form of JSON object. Key value. Key is going to be your variable name and value that you wanted to pass. Value that you wanted to pass. Let's say you wanted to pass a blank value. You could pass like this. But what if you wanted to refer a variable inside a wired method? You have this variable. Let me collapse these. Okay, you have a variable called account ID, and if you wanted to utilize that variable here, how you will utilize? You'll say that's easy, Amit. You told us we will use this dot account ID, and we are done. And that, my friend, is 100% wrong. That is not going to work. That is not going to work. So what we have to do here is we have to say if we have to refer any variable which is present inside the class and we need to refer that variable inside our wire method, what we will have to do is we will have to say $sign and then variable name. That's it. $sign and then variable name. What it will do is as soon as you do like this, it will immediately identify, oh, You said I need to refer a variable account ID which is present in the class. And that's it. Let's go ahead and deploy this. Let's go ahead and deploy this. Okay. So what will happen? We should see this console log contact data. We might see the error because of the previous wire methods, but for this, we will see the success message. Okay. Because that is set to catchable as true. Let's get back, do the hard refresh, and this time I am hoping that error should also be gone and we should see the success message. Okay, that error is also gone. That error is also gone. And if you see here in the console log, we have got something called contact data. And if you click on this, you will see there is one contact, and that is of my friend Amit. Not Amit, my friend Aman Tiwari. Okay, so this is basically the contact is of Aman Tiwari that I have here. Okay, so you could see, we can see the details. Now if you want, now if you really want to kind of print these details, you could have the variables in your JavaScript, like say you could say contacts, contact list, something like this. I think we have contact list, so you'll say Salesforce contacts. Okay, you could have any name there basically, and then you just say, okay, if you have got the data, let me store it into this variable, and then I'm going to utilize this for each and display the contacts one by one. We have already talked about for each, so we are not going to now display these contacts into the component. So that is how you are going to pass the variables to your method from a wire method. You could have multiple variables, like let's say you have a string account ID, you have a string email, right? Let's say there are two variables, email and account ID. So if you have to pass the value, you just have to say comma and say email, and you just have to say, let's say you are passing a blank value. That's it. That is how you are going to pass multiple values, multiple variables in your method. Now your method could contain a variable that is a type of Apex class. That method can contain a variable that is a type of custom or standard object. That could be anything. And all you have to do is you have to prepare your variable like that and pass the values. And that's it. In case of wire, you will not really see the method accepting the objects, custom objects, list of objects. In case of other method which we talked about, that was imperative, that you will see the different ways or different type of attributes which are being accepted by this particular specific method. This is a wire way. This is all about wire way. How you call Apex using wire method. How you pass the variables using wire method. So just to summarize, wire is a decorator which is used to call the Apex class methods as well as the methods provided by the different standard services that Salesforce has, like Lightning Data Service, UI Record API, and other services. Wire method, it kind of returns two different things, either a variable or a promise. The variable is always going to contain error and data attributes. Similarly, your promise is also going to contain error and data attributes. We have seen to the both ways, and we have also seen if your promise is kind of contain returning promise, you could always use result, and with the help of variable deconstruction, you could always go ahead and map your values into the variables. One important thing, that is the result which is written by your wire method, that is read only. What does that mean? That is the last part of this concept. That is the last part of this concept. So what we said is anything that we get as a result using wire method, that is read only. How to prove that? Let's quickly do a for loop on this variable that is data, or even this .salesforce contacts, and try to modify. What we will modify, we're just getting ID and name. Let's try to add a dummy attribute called email. What will happen? So we are going to say this .salesforce contacts .for each. For each is a array method of JavaScript arrays. If you don't know, please go ahead and learn those. These there are three or four methods which are really important: map, reduce, and filter, and for each. Map, reduce, filter, and for each. Please go ahead and learn those. Okay. For each for each is going to take three parameters. Okay. First of all, it accepts a callback function. Okay. In the callback function, it takes three parameters, and in those three parameters there could be multiple things, but only we will focus on the parameter called item. Okay, this is the item which is going to be one by one. This is basically the contact. So let's go ahead and print the item console.log, and we will say item. And as we said, we are going to add a dummy attribute called email, and we'll say Amit Singh at gmail.com. That's it. That's what I am going to do. I am saying inside this item, go ahead and assign email, a static value in the email, and then we are going to print this. We will say Salesforce contacts data. See what happens. Okay, we'll see what happens here. So let's go ahead and deploy this. Let's go ahead and deploy this. Let's go ahead and deploy this. We deployed. Now if we come back here and refresh this page, this time we should see the error. We should see the error message, and we got it. Tada! We got it here. So we got welcome to Apex Hours. Welcome to Salesforce Apex Hours. Contact data is the one which we printed on line number 80. You see here. Then line number 83 is the item which we printed here, which is this. And as soon as we ran this for each, we got this error which says LWC components wire target property or method threw an error during value provisioning. Cannot add property email object is not extensible. Object is not extensible. You cannot modify, you cannot extend. That is what I meant when I said the result returned by wire is read only. Now let me tell you one thing. If you really have to modify, you don't have a choice, right? Sometimes you really have to modify. So how you will do that? Let's say I really have to modify, I really have to add this. How I'm going to modify? You have two ways. You go ahead, use imperative apex to call the method, or you do this trick. What you have to do is you just need to use, okay, you have two ways. You say, okay, because what is the result of your apex class? It is a list, and list is nothing, it is an array in JavaScript. And in JavaScript, array are denoted by this square brackets. Okay, what you have to do is you need to say 1 2 3, these are three dots, and say data. This is the one way. Like what you said is, you said, okay, whatever you have got in data, clone this data and store it in this variable. This is the one way. Okay, if you have objects, you are getting object, you will say, okay, object dot data. This is called as object cloning. This is called as array cloning. Okay, or the one which I prefer, that is I say, okay, json dot stringify, because it is an array or it is an object. Anything, either it is an array, either it is an object. convert that into a string first, and then convert that into object again. First convert it into a string, then convert it back to the object, then store it in the variable. Now let's see it. Now let's see it. What will happen? So if you really have to modify, you have to use this way. This is going to remove the original reference of your object, and that is has to be that actually came from the JavaScript object concept that I'm not going to teach you here, okay? But we got this success without any error. Salesforce contacts data. If you see, the email has been added. The email has been added. So that's all about how you call the method using @wire decorator. Now let's talk about the next topic, that is how to call the Apex class using imperative way. Before we go ahead and talk about how to call the Apex class using imperative way, what we are going to do is we are going to see how we can call the JavaScript method from our UI component, because most of the cases the imperative way will be used to invoke the Apex class from a button click or from a JavaScript standard browser events which happens like on click, on change, on double click, on hover. So these are all the various JavaScript events, the browser events. So how we call a method that is a wire or not wire, that is an imperative method, how we will do that. And before that there will be a need of having to know that how we are going to call the JavaScript class method from our HTML component. So let's quickly create a method called handle click, and here let's have an alert here, and we will say method clicked. Just a very simple method, okay? Very simple method alert which says method clicked, and this handle click is a method. And our component, we are using hello world component. In our component we actually already have a button which is being displayed into the UI, which is this click me, and on the click of this button we would like to display the alert message. So how to call that method? So any method that you want to call, so let's say on a click of a button, on a click of a hyperlink or image or some division, how you wanted to make a call. So to do that, let's say we wanted to make a call on the click of this button, so we will say on click, and here we have to call our method. What is the way to call the method? So it is similar to the variables. You have seen how we call the variables. We call with the help of opening and closing curly braces and the name of variable. So we have to say opening and closing curly braces and the name of the method. That's it. That's it. Okay. So this is how we will be calling. Let's go ahead and deploy this. And once we have deployed this, then we are going to talk about how alert is coming, and then couple of more things before we move on to the imperative Apex call. So the component is deployed here, and if we come back here, refresh the page. So I'm already logged into my org, and I believe you are also logged in. And if you click on click me, you see this is what the alert says, Mule Dream in Dev Sandbox, which says method clicked. That's pretty easy, right? Isn't it? It is easy. The next thing that I would like to say here is event. It says event, okay? In the any method which is being invoked from HTML, that we can pass one default parameter that could be event, EVT, ABC, XYZ, Apex hours, anything. It could be anything, okay? What is the use of this event variable? So the use of this event variable is to get the target which is responsible for executing this method. How we will get that? So let's say if you wanted to get, let's say let button component equal to, we will say event dot current target. Event dot current target. Make sure you are typing it correctly. And you can also use one more method, which is event dot target. So you could use any of these. In the click of button, you are going to get the whole HTML syntax for the button. What is the difference between these two, event dot current target and target? We have planned that in the coming time. Okay, in the coming time we will talk about that. So let's quickly do the console.log for button component, and we will also do the console.log for button itself. Anyways, in both the cases we are going to get the same thing. One important thing is that before making any execution, any line of code, we always say event dot prevent default. We always use a method which is available inside event, and that method is prevent default. What it does? It does prevent the default behavior of the element which is the responsible for making this event executed. For example, if you are calling a method from the anchor tag, so what is the default behavior of anchor tag? That is to navigate to the certain URL. So if you want to prevent the default behavior, you have to call a method and use this event dot prevent default. How? Let me show you here. You'll say handle nav. Let's say event dot prevent default. That's it. I'm just preventing the default behavior of anchor tag. And then what we will do in the HTML, we have to say on click, we are going to call that method. So it is going to prevent the default behavior, and you will also understand what is the use of event dot prevent default. After making the changes, let's deploy the code to org. And now all we need to do is open the inspect element in order to see the changes, clear the console by clicking on this clear button, and then refresh the page. So what will happen? We will see that, okay, what are all the alerts, what are all the console that we have done. So let's remove it and now click on this button. We clicked, it says method clicked, okay, and we have got some proxy here. And this is basically nothing. This is our HTML button element. That is what is coming here. And it is kind of wrapped into the proxy object. That is why we are not able to see anything here, because it is wrapped into the proxy object. Okay. Next thing was that if I click on this, it's not navigating. Why? Because we have prevented the default behavior. On the other hand, if we scroll down and click on this Apex Hours, it will navigate to apexhours.com. Because on this footer content, on this footer link, we have not prevented the default behavior. That is the use of default behavior. Now let's come back to the imperative way, the concept. Again, the concept up to 4 bullet points that we have seen in case of wire, where we have to create a method, we have to import it, we have to call it. How to call it, that is completely different. Here is the note for all of us. The imperative method will be called either from a button click, it could be from a browser event, on change, on double click, on mouse over, on hover. It could be any browser click, on double click, on play, on can play and drag, drop, anything. Or from the lifecycle hook method constructor, or from the rendered callback method, or from the connected callback method. These three are basically the lifecycle hook methods. Okay. So this is the one, this is how we are going to call Apex class method. You can see here how we can call. It says get the Apex data. This is nothing, it is a Apex method name, and it actually returns the promise, and this time we will have to handle the promise. Like wire, it's not going to handle the promise for us. This time we will have to handle the promise. Okay, so let's see how we will do that in the and say in the working session. So what we are going to do is we are going to have another method which is aura enabled, that need not to be catchable. We'll say public static, and this method is going to return list of opportunity, and we will say get ops. Okay, get ops, and we are just going to copy the code from the above method, and it is going to be from opportunity, and we are going to just say limit 10. I have only one opportunity in my org, so we will only get one opportunity. Let's go ahead and deploy this. Let's go ahead and deploy this. So we have created a method called hello world, that is a class, not method. Under hello world, we have got the method called get ops, that is returning the list of opportunities, which are 10 opportunities. Okay, now we need to, on a click of a button, we need to get the opportunities, the list of opportunities. So we are going to use the same component, which is underscore hello world. So what we have to do is, as we talked about, we have to import the method, and the method name is get ops. You already know how to import. The way of importing the method is same. The way of importing a method is same. That is get ops. Now we need to call the method. So that we are going to call with the help of this handle click button. So as soon as user clicks on this button, we are going to call the method get the opportunities and put it into a variable and log it into the console, into the browser console. So how to call the method? So we have to use the method name, which is this. It could be anything like get opportunities, like this. We have to use the method name. We will have to use the method name. Okay, and then because this method doesn't accept any parameter, it is going to say opening and closing moon brackets, that are also known as parentheses. And here what you have to say, you have to use a callback function called then. You'll say then. So if your method is executed successfully, this then method will get executed. If there is any error, then this catch method will get executed, and at the end of the method call, this finally method will get executed. All three method accepts a callback function. All three method accepts a callback function. So in case of then, the callback function will give us the result. The variable name could be anything. In case of error, the callback function gives us the error. The variable name could again be anything. We will say console.error. You're going to log the error here. Finally, we will say console.log, and we will say finally executed. Finally executed. And in case of this result, in case of success, we will say console.log, and we will say opportunity data, and here we are going to log result. Here we are going to log result. So that is how we are going to call an Apex class method on a click of button. These are the lines. Pretty easy, very simple, need not to remember. After doing the practice, you'll get everything in your mind. It would be everything fit. Okay, let's go ahead and deploy this now. This is deployed. All we have to do is refresh the page again, and after refreshing this page, we will again have to open the inspect. So I'm going to do this time on the right hand side so that we can clearly see it? Okay, yeah. So I'm here on the console. On the right hand side, I have got the console. Okay. Now, as soon as we click on this click me, you see here what we have got: opportunity data, and finally executed. If you see here, you will see there is one opportunity, salesforce.com, which I have created before the session started. So you clearly see that we are able to get the data from Salesforce. We can create the data with the help of Imperative Apex. We can create the delete the data with the help of Imperative Apex. But we cannot do this with the help of this wire method. Wire method is only and only for getting some information from Salesforce. You cannot create the records, you cannot delete the records. In short, if we say, you cannot perform any DML from the wire method because we have catchable equal to true. Okay, so we have got this data. Now you might be thinking, what is the use of this finally method that you have put here? What is the use of this method? Anyways, it's always going to execute it, right? So the use of finally method is to execute the cleanup logic. Cleanup logic. What does that mean is, say for example, when you click on this button, there is a whole lot of process is executing behind the scene, and it is taking somewhere around 2 to 3 seconds. But when you click on this, you don't know if the button was clicked or not. But what if we display a spinner around that till the method call is happening and stop the spinner if there was a success or an error? That happens, right? And that can be done with the help of finally method. That is the one of the use case I'm telling you here. So what next we will do is, we will create a variable called is loading equal to false. By default, the variable will be false, and when we click on this button, we will say this dot is loading equal to true, so that we see display the spinner, and finally we will say this dot is loading equal to false. Now this is the backend side, this is the JavaScript side. We also need to use the same thing into the front end. How we will use? So let's say we will use lightning spinner. You will say size is small, brand is variant is brand, and we will say if true, only display this spinner if the value of this variable is loading is true. And there is one more attribute that is called alternative text. We can say loading. This is a text which will display loading, right? Let's go ahead and deploy the change. The reason we are doing everything one by one, so that you get the hold of whatever we are learning, and you can also follow along with us. You can also type, because we're not doing anything fancy. Everything is very easy, pretty easy, we're just following the steps. So let's go ahead and deploy. After deploying, let's go ahead and refresh this page and clear the console errors, whatever we are seeing here. And let's click on this button called click me. You have seen, right? You see, there is a spinner which is coming for some time and then it goes. And that happens when the method call happening, and it is basically kind of sending the data back, like sending the request back to Salesforce. Salesforce is querying the records and then it is giving back to the JavaScript. That is the portion when the spinner gets executed, which tells that okay, the method call was happening behind the scene. The method call was happening behind the scene. Okay, let's talk about the next topic. That is managing the navigation in Lightning Web Component. Managing the navigation in Lightning Web Component. This is really important for us to understand how we are going to manage the navigation, how we are going to jump to the different screens, how we are going to jump or jump back, right? How we are going to navigate. So to manage or to navigate to the different URLs, to the different places, Lightning Web Component provides a library called navigation mixin. This is a library called navigation mixin, which is available inside the module called Lightning Navigation. So the first step to you start using the navigation is import navigation mixin from the module called Lightning Navigation. And the second step is, because this is a library and it will not work until and unless we apply this lightning library into our base component, which is lightning element. So even if we import it, we cannot start utilizing it. We have to apply this into the base component, which is lightning element. And how we do apply it? We use this navigation mixin and wrap our lightning element inside navigation mixin. We wrap our lightning element inside navigation mixin. Let's see how we do. Let's quickly create a component, lightning web component ah underscore, I'm going to say nav component. This is the component. So what we will have to do is we'll have to say import, and we will say navigation mixin from, it's going to be lightning navigation. Okay, and then we have to wrap this lightning component within the navigation mixin library. Then only this library will work. Let's go to the XML part, expose this component, have a master label. So we will say ah nav component. Okay, and I'm not going to have a description, so I'll say targets, and we are going to have a target which is lightning home page, Next thing, let's go to HTML, and again as usual I'm going to copy this card from the hello world component, paste to the card where I need, and remove whatever I don't need. Like I don't need this, like I don't need the button, I don't need the spinner at all, and we are done. Okay, let's go ahead and deploy this. What we did is we just implemented the navigation mixin and we deployed it. We made sure that this navigation mixin import was successfully happening. Next thing that we need to understand is that this navigation mixin library actually gives us two methods. One is navigate, another one is generate URL. And as I used to say, this is the place where you are going to work 99% of the time. And that's what we are going to see. We have the example for navigating to different places, and that is what we are going to see. Generate URL method is mainly responsible for generating a URL, but do not navigating at certain place. So whenever you need to navigate to certain place, you can utilize that URL. But navigate method is basically, it navigates you to the certain destination which you tell to the navigation mixin navigate method. You say, hey, I want you to navigate to this particular destination, and the navigation mixin is going to navigate there. How does it work? So this is the example of navigating to an object page. This is an example of navigating to a record page. So it says this, which is going to refer to the instance of our Lightning Web Component. Navigation mixin dot navigate is a method, and then it takes an object. As a parameter. If you see, it starts from here and ends from here. The first attribute inside the object is type. What is the type of your navigation? For example, if you wanted to book a flight, you will either book a domestic flight or international flight. Similarly, it says Tell me what type of navigation you want. Do you want to navigate to object page? You want to navigate to the record page? You want to navigate to LWC? You want to navigate to Aura, Experience Cloud pages? You want to navigate to new record page, edit page, delete page? There are so many navigations. We will see from where you can get all those navigation. Then the second is attributes. And then there is third one, which is state. Okay, so it depends on the type. It depends on the type, what kind of attribute it will take, what kind of the attribute you will have to provide. Next, we have also got navigate URL, and generate URL example is also here. We have basically got the different URLs, different examples here, but we are going to do this in action. We are going to see this in action so that you understand, and then you get the hold of this concept. Then you say, okay, now everything is clear for me. Now everything is clear for me. Okay, so let's go ahead, get back to a component here, and we are going to create a group of buttons. And how we will do is, we will say lightning button group, and inside this lightning button group we are going to have lightning button, and not one, we are going to have 2-3 buttons, and that should be enough for us. So first button is going to say value, let's say detail page. Then we will say value as let's say object home page. Okay, and then we will say something called edit page or something. I'll show you all the places, don't need to worry about that. That's it. This is what we want to have. Okay, so to learn about navigation, we need to navigate to Lightning Web Component Library, and you have to open the Web Component Library here, and then you need to search for navigation. If you search for navigation, you will find the very first thing is which is navigation. Okay, and it will tell you that it has two main libraries, current page reference and navigation mixin. Both are available under Lightning Navigation. And you see here, this is for object home page, and this is for generating a URL. And we have a complete recipe which is provided by Trailhead. That is what I'm going to refer here, because this will give us all the details. This will give us all the details that we need, and we will also talk about how you are going to understand the things. So let's first go to the recipe. This is Trailhead apps LWC recipes. If you go to Force app and then you say search for maybe navigation, so you will find, as soon as you search for nav, you will find there are so many navigation components. And I really would like you guys to please go ahead and see these folders like nav to home, nav to record, tab, list view, files, new record, chatter home, related list. At least go ahead and check these folders. This is really a good place for any person who is starting Lightning Web Component. All the examples are given here, even how you are going to write the unit test cases, right? So for example, I'm going to take navigate to, not home, I would say navigate to new record. Go to the JavaScript and I'm going to copy it. I'll tell you, don't worry, don't think that I'm just copy pasting. Okay, so this is basically nothing. This is a method, JavaScript method, you all know. And as I said, I'm going to say event, and I'll say event.prevent default. And now we have got the code here. The code says navigation mixin.navigate, we have got the type which says standard object page. Now how do you find what are the different types which are acceptable? Because that is really important to understand how you are going to find those. So for that, if you go to Lightning Component Library, under the navigation, you will find it says see also. You'll find navigate to pages as well as page reference type. So these are the two go-to place where you need to go. So navigate to pages records, page reference type, and here are all the types that you have got. Here are all the types that you have got. And if you scroll down, you will see for the type standard app, these are the attributes. And this is an example. Okay. Example navigating to a record in an app. This is an example. URL format, this is whatever it is. Then example external record page for community. This is an example. Then external relationship page. So basically this page is going to give you every single thing that you need to navigate. What are all the places where you can navigate? What are the attributes that you need to provide? So you just need to go there, talk about these, not talk about these basically, see what are these and practice it. So first, I'm really saying you guys to practice it because a couple of things are here. If you don't practice, you will not understand how the things works. I'm saying you guys to read the document because that is really important for us. If you don't read the document, anyone who will come like me, he or she will give you the selective facts and that's it. You will just know about the selective facts which I am telling you. But what I want you to understand everything, every single thing I want you to understand. Okay? So, this is the first page. Now I'm going to give you a magical VS Code extension which is really superb, amazing, and you will find, wow, what a thing that you have told us. Okay? So, and the reason I was waiting till this place because that is navigation is the topic which I really don't remember the things. I usually use the extension and do it. Okay? Rest all the things I do remember how the things works. But for navigation, this is really important. For important in the sense we just need few things, types, attributes, blah, and I really get confused. So that's why I use that VS Code extension, and the name is Salesforce LWC sort keys. Salesforce LWC sort keys. This is the name of your VS Code extension. And this is amazing. Your savior for writing the fast paced JavaScript or HTML code. Okay. So you could see the demo here. You could see that in the design system for LWC you have got LWC colon. For Aura and SLD, for Aura and LWC, you have got SLDS colon. For LWC again, you have got LWC modules in JavaScript. You have got import, methods, wire, Apex, message call, which is public subscribe, API. Then you have got JavaScript various method for ES6 support like array, objects, query, JSON. So this is a really amazing extension, and really I appreciate the effort which this person has put in creating this extension. So I would highly recommend go ahead and install this extension. Once you have installed this extension, now let's say you have to navigate. Let's say I'm going to say navigate to object home page. Okay, object home page. This is my method. And what I will do is I will say LWC and hyphen or even if you say LWC, you will see so many things here. Or you say nav, LWC hyphen nav, because you want to do navigation. Or you just say nav, you will see here all the navigation, different types of navigation. Where I want to go? Object home page. I will say, okay, object page, select this, where I want to go? Home page. Which object home page I want to go? Account. And I'm done. See how fast I was able to write the code. There are so many navigation. If you see here and you will say nav, you will get navigate to item page, navigate page, record page, web page, knowledge articles, lightning component, object page, default value for creating a record. So you have got every single navigation, right? And you also have got other things, like if you say LWC, you will see he has given the information about GraphQL, which is the recent release by Salesforce related to GraphQL. He has given every single thing here that you need. If you type LWC, you'll get so many things. It also helps you to give the syntax for calling a wire method or imperative method. So let's say you type wire, you will find it here: wire message context, wire with parameter, wire without parameter. Select any of them, you will see the complete syntax is here. That's what we have seen in the previous demos. If you say imperative, you will say import LWC. No, you say Apex. You will say Apex with parameter, and you got the complete syntax. Isn't this amazing? This is really cool. So that's why I was waiting for the navigation concept to show you this cool extension. Okay. Now we are going to say object. Okay, it is let's say new page and object home page. Only the two things we are seeing here. So we'll say on click, it says go to new, navigate to new contact, and on the click of object home page, navigate to home page. That's it. Okay, these are the two things we are going to see as part of navigation. But as usual, please go ahead, learn more about navigation. This is going to be really important for you to understand the different navigation. After deploying the change, we are going to refresh it, and I believe we also need to add that navigation component into the home page, because then only we will be able to see it. So let's quickly go ahead and add it. So let's quickly go ahead and add this navigation component into our home page. So add your component, do a drag and drop, save it, and click on back button to navigate to the home page. Okay, navigate to the home page. So we see the buttons, but we really don't see the labels here. Okay, we see the buttons, but labels are not here. And why? Because we will have to give the label, which is new page, and another label here, which is new page. That is, the label was missing. That's why we were not able to see any buttons. We're just seeing the small line there, right? A thin line. So after deploying, let's refresh this page. Let's refresh this page. You see there are buttons. If you click on new page, it is going to pop up the new page of your contact object, because that is what we had, right? And if you click on object home page, it will navigate to the object home page. Now there are multiple different things, page reference types that we talked about. We talked about different page reference types. Please go ahead, see all these page reference type, see how the generate URL works, see how the current page reference works. And if you have any questions, come here in this video, put the question into your comment section, and I'm sure we are going to answer all your questions there. So it's a humble request from each and every one of you to go ahead and practice every single concept that we are learning here. So now let's talk about how we are going to establish the communication between the two related components. So we have two components. Let's say there is a component A and there is a component B. Now component B is sitting inside component A. So how we are going to make the communication between these two components, that is what we are going to see. And whenever there are two related components or three related components or four related components or any number of related components, when you need to make the communication between those components, in that case you need to utilize the custom events. You need to utilize the custom event so that the components which are related with each other can communicate. It could be like you wanted to pass the data, or it could be any other information that you wanted to pass. So in case of JavaScript, there is a custom event interface which is used to create the event in JavaScript, and then there is a method called dispatch event which is used to dispatch the event. Like the first step is always going to be to create an event, and the second step is going to be to dispatch that event. So if we don't dispatch the event will not be delivered and it will never be handled by any parent component. To handle the event, there are two different ways depending on the configuration. So the first way is to handle the event inside the same component, whatever the component we are firing the event from. We will see in the practical so that you can understand in a better way. The second one is handling the event at the top of the parent. We will talk about that in the practical. That way you will understand more. That is what I would say. So before we actually start creating the events or using the events, here is the event name best practices. So your constructor of the interface custom event, it requires the one required parameter, which is the type or name of the use event, and we can also pass the data from child component to parent component, and the format that we need to use to pass the data is JS1 objects. That we'll also see. While we are creating the events, there are some best practices that we need to follow. Like there shouldn't be any uppercase in the event. There should not be any spaces. You could use underscore or like underscores to separate the words, but it is always better to use the event in the same without any space or an underscore. And the very important thing is we do not need to use on keyword before any event. What is this on keyword like we should not using is? The reason is because when we will be handling this event, we will automatically add this on keyword, and we will see that again in the practice. Okay, so let's quickly see this in practice and then we will talk about the next thing. So for this demo, we are going to create two components. One is going to be parent component and the other one is going to be child component. So let's quickly create the parent and child component, and you all know that now we have got we have already talked about, right? So this is AH underscore parent. This is the parent component that we have. Let's quickly have some variable called message, and I'm going to say welcome to Apex hours again. This is what we have. Then we will create another lightning web component, and that is going to be AH child. This is going to be the child component, and I'm going to create a variable called message as well, and no value for this. Okay, no value for this. Yeah, so as of now what we have seen in the demos, like this component is the separate component, this is also a separate component, this is also a separate component. These are all the components which are not related with each other. Now what we are going to see here is, as we have two components, and now the use case that I'm going to tell here is, you have this Apex hours which is kind of displaying the list of contacts, right? So what would be a better use case here is, if I have to open, maybe let me open the draw.io for you so that I can explain you in a better way. Okay, yeah. So this is the draw.io. So let's say that there is a component, this is the whole a big component. Okay, this is a whole big component. Inside this component we have a component which is kind of responsible for displaying contact list. Okay, this is your component which is kind of responsible for displaying the contact list. And then under this component itself there is a component which is kind of responsible for displaying the contact information. Now this component could be multiple because there could be more than one contact, right? Like this. This is what you have. So this component is basically, if I say this is grandparent, right? This is grandparent component. I'm going to change the style. This is grandparent component. This is nothing. This is the parent component, right? And then these all, whatever we have the list of contacts, these all are basically nothing, child component, right? So why we are doing this? Why we are not just using the component like this? Like we have the list of contacts, we are displaying this here. Why we are not doing this? Or why we are talking this now? Why we haven't talked earlier? So earlier we haven't talked. The reason is because we were not talking about the events. Now we are talking about the events here. So the events are also used to kind of increase the reusability of the component, to, I would say, increase the possibility of component composition. How this is going to increase the reusability of the component? Now consider like this, there is a requirement. Let me create another page here. There is a requirement which says display contact information. Okay, display contact information. This is requirement 1. There is another requirement which says display list of contact, display list of contacts. Okay, these are the two different requirements, requirement 1 and requirement 2. Now this contact, whatever we have display contact information, let's say name, email, phone, title and account name, and the same, the requirement 2 also says that you need to display the list of contacts and each contact will have these attributes displayed. Now ultimately these attributes are nothing, these are similar to this. If you see, right, these are similar to this. So you have two options. Either you create a component 1, you say okay, component 1, and this component is going to display this information, and then you say I'm going to create another component 2, and this is going to display the list of records and then the same information which we are displaying already using a separate component we are going to display here. But what would be the best way is that having a component here, maybe let's say something called contact tile. That component is going to display this information, right? This component will be displaying this information. Then this component will also include this one, this component will also include this one. Now we will have a component which is kind of a reusable component. If there is in future there is another requirement comes which is also saying contact information, you can utilize this. That is the simple way of explaining the reusability of the component. So if you say that if you see that there is a possibility that in future we would wanted to utilize this feature in multiple places, always go ahead and create the reusable components. And that is where this event comes into the picture, because when you are having this kind of component composition, like child, parent and grandparent, you would want to communicate between, like your child would wanted to send something to your parent, or your parent wanted to send something to grandparent. That is what that can be done with events. So here in this demo, what we will do is we are going to have let's say first I'm going to open the navigation component and take this card, because this is needed for me. Okay, we'll say title Apex hours. Okay, footer, let it be whatever it is, because that is fine. We were talking about the parent component, so let's have a heading here. We will say inside parent component, just a simple HTML text inside parent component. And then we will have another division tag here, and here we will say span. I'll say style, color, maybe color blue, and we will say calling child component, and this is where we are going to call the child component. Okay, this is where we are going to call the child component. So if we have two separate components not related with each other, but we want to use this child component inside this parent component, so how we will do that? Very simple. Use this less than sign, C hyphen, and the name of your component. So in our case it is ah underscore child. Just use like this, C hyphen ah underscore child, and that's it. This is how you are going to pass it. But there is one important thing, is that it should be following kebab case. Now what is this kebab case? So let's say you have a component called hello world, and you have a component called let's say my LWC. Okay, these are the two components that we have, hello world, my LWC. Now if you have to call this hello world, if you have to use this hello world in inside any component, how you will use it, you will say C, which is a namespace, hyphen hello. Now kebab case says that every word should be separated with a hyphen if the word starts from a capital letter. That is what kebab case is. So if your in this case, there are two words, hello and world, and this second word is starting from capital, right? Second word is starting from capital, so it should be hyphen world. That is what the kebab case says. Every single word would be broken down, okay, like this. Then you have got my LWC. Then you have got this my LWC. How you are going to do this? You will say my, like you will say my. Then these three words LWC all are in caps, so it would be my hyphen L hyphen W hyphen C. This is how it is going to look like for your my LWC component, right? So that is what the kebab case is. So we really need to uh, be careful while creating the component and giving the component name, and then using it inside any parent component. We have quickly created this HTML syntax on parent, but we really need some HTML into the child component. So let's go to child component HTML file. I'm not going to use any card or something. I'll just say the span tag I have already copied, and I'm going to say maybe, let's see what color we have. I would say not chocolate. I would say, let's say brown. Okay, and we will say inside child component. We've got this. Now child component is ready. We don't need anything inside child component. Let's go ahead, do the right click and deploy this component to Salesforce. This is the one part. The second part is that we wanted to use this parent component, the parent component inside the home page or record page. So we need to expose this. And to expose, we already know that we can use the XML, the meta XML file. So we will go to this meta XML file of our parent. We will make sure that we are exposing it as true. Master label, I'd say AH event communication. Then there would be targets, and under targets there would be target. And our target is lightning homepage. Our target is lightning homepage. Once this is done, once we are done with the parent component as well, let's go ahead and deploy the parent component to Salesforce. Now here again, as I said, we need to first deploy the related component, which is the child component. If you don't deploy the child component first and you try to deploy the parent component, you might get the error called uh, unknown reference, or maybe not able to find the AH child, or could be anything. So make sure you are deploying all the related component first. If your child component or your parent component is referencing any Apex class, please deploy those first and then come back and deploy the main component, which is the top one, which is not dependent which is actually dependent on everyone. Start from child, which is independent component, and then start deploying the dependent components. So as we have deployed this, we are going to add it to the home page again, our component, and you already know how to add it. So just go ahead, add the component and come back here. So AH event communication is our component. Let's add it. Let's add it and click on save. After adding it, you would clearly see, after adding it, you will clearly see the content here. You will clearly see the content here, and you can see here, right? You can see inside parent component, calling child component, inside child component. So I'm also giving you a zoom so you can clearly see it, right? There is no line break, that is fine, but we still see that, okay, we are able to see it. What we could do is, maybe we could have a line break here, or yes, it could be a line break here. Let's say BR, and we're done. The title, I would like to change it to events in LWC with Apex hours. Okay, that is fine. Now, next thing that we would like to do is, we implemented the component composition. We implemented the component composition that says more than one, like two or more than two components are related with each other. So if someone says what is component composition in Salesforce or in LWC, just tell them that if we are using uh, one component inside another component, that is component composition. Okay, this is just a fancy word, that's it. So next thing is that, let's say I wanted to pass some value from my parent component to the child component. Now we are talking about parent to child, right? We're talking about parent to child communication. So if I have to pass some value from parent component to child component, there are two ways. One is at the rate API method, and one is at the rate API variable. Remember, we talked about at the rate API is used to make a variable publicly accessible outside the component. That is where the API use comes here. So two ways are there. Whenever we are talking about parent to child communication, we will use at the rate API variable, and we will use at the rate API method. Let's see how we are going to do. We need to think like this. Where I wanted to pass. Now this is coming from parent to child. where I wanted to pass the data, child, to the child component. So all the API methods or all the API variables will be on the child component. Okay. So let's go to child component. This is a variable message. I'm going to say at the rate API. This is API variable. This is API variable. You can say properties. You could say anything. How to create a method which is API? So let's say handle click, and let's have an alert, and I'll say I have been clicked. Okay. This is a normal method. Currently, this is a normal method. Nothing. If you want to make it as at the rate API, just say at the rate API, and that's it. Just say at the rate API, and that's it. Now let's use this message variable. Use this message variable here. Now we are going to display whatever the message we are getting from the parent component. Whatever the message we are getting from the parent component. And let's deploy this. Pretty simple. One public variable and one public method. There could be more than one public variable. You will see some components which are accepting 10, 12, 13, 20 public variables from some some parent components. So don't panic. It's pretty simple. Every concept is simple. Okay. All I'm trying to convey here is the logic, how you need to develop it. So you have got this. Now this is your property, right? This is your property. Let's create one more. Actually, I wanted to create one more. So I would say, let's say record ID. This is how your variable is, record ID. Okay. And let's go ahead and deploy this record ID. So you have got two variables, message and record ID. Now you need to pass the value in these two variables. We discussed two ways. We're first talking about API variables. So you need to pass the value to this message variable as well as to record ID variable. So go to the parent. How you will pass the values, this is really important to understand. Inside the tag, inside your HTML tag, the first part, which is the opening tag of your child component, put a space before this greater than sign, do a control space. If you see your variable here, that is fine. If not, type the variable name, whatever your variable name is, message, type it here. What value you want to pass it here? Let's say I am from the parent component. Okay, I am from the parent component. This is what the message we are passing. Now there is another variable called record ID, and if you want to pass, you have to copy and paste your record ID and pass some value. Let's say 001 and some random numbers like this. But if you see, there is some error, and it says, if you hover over, it says record ID equal this is not a valid attribute for child. And what it says, all attributes should be all lowercase. It should be all lowercase, right? So what if I have a variable something like this? How I'm going to pass the value from parent to child? Pretty easy, quite easy. Remember the kebab case. Remember the kebab case. Even if it is a variable, it should be kebab case. So how you'll pass? You'll say hyphen and you'll say ID, and you're done. Let's go ahead and deploy this. Let's go ahead and deploy this. This is going to be pretty easy. Created variables which are public on the child, pass the value from parent, deploy it, and make sure you have deployed the child components as well. Otherwise, you will not be able to see the demo because the variables are not available in child. Okay. So after deploying the changes, go ahead to your Salesforce org, refresh this page. Okay. What it says, I am from parent component. That means we are able to pass the value from our parent component to the child component. Isn't it cool? Like we're sending the value from parent to child. Now there could be an interview question, or there could be a requirement where says, okay, on a button click, there is a button on parent. For example, this button on parent, on the click of this button, I need to pass some method, some value to the child component, or I need to call the method of a child component. There are two things. On the click of a button, that button is present on the parent component. You need to call the method of a child component, or you need to send some value to the child component. How you will do that? So whenever there is a requirement, like on a certain event, you need to pass the value or call the method of your child component, then this @API method comes into the picture. Most of the time your work will be done with this @API variables only. In certain cases, you will need this @API methods. So let's quickly create a method in the parent component. Let's quickly create a method. I would say LWC button. Variant is brand, and I would say click me, and we have got this handle click. Let's implement this handle click in the parent component JavaScript. Handle click, and as we said, we are going to pass event, the first parameter, and we will say event prevent default. Now here we need to call the child component method. We need to call the child component method. First of all, we need to know which child component. There could be more than one. There could be more than one child component. So we need to know which child component. So this is the step. Step 1. Get the child component. Okay. Step 2. Check if child component is present. Child component is present. Then step 3. Call the method. Call the method. Okay. These are the three methods, three steps that you have. So the question is, how we are going to get the child component? And the answer is, now what you need to do is, you need to find your child component and add a directive, and that directive should be LWC colon ref, LWC colon ref, and you need to provide some value. Let's say I'm going to say AH child 1. This is a directive provided by Salesforce itself, which says lightning reference. It is a LWC colon ref, provide a value, and this value should be unique. You can have multiple LWC ref, and every reference value should be unique. Okay, if you don't give the reference value unique, it is going to give you the duplicate values. Now let's copy this, whatever the value you are giving here, and in your method, wherever you need to get the child component, create a variable called let child equal to, use this object, this dot refs dot your reference. So this dot refs, this variable is going to give you all LWC references within the component, in our case parent component. Now how you will check if the child is present? You just need to use if condition and say the variable name. In your case this is child, so you just say child, and then if this is the case, you need to say child dot the method name, which is handle click, and woohoo, you're done. So this is how you are going to call the child component method using parent component on a button click, and that button is present on the parent object, parent component. Let's go ahead, deploy the changes and retest it. I do develop small components and do retest those, so that If there is any error, I get that only then and there. Don't follow the big bang approach, like you'll develop everything and you will test it later on. Don't do that. Okay. Now you have got this button, you've got child component, I am from parent component. If I click on this, the method is called I have been clicked, and boom, we are able to pass, we are able to call the child component method from parent component. Now what if you need to pass certain data as well, and based on that data you might want it to call the Apex class, do some DML, make some callouts, could be anything. So for that, in your child component, just accept the number of parameter. So let's say parent message, and you can say age, name. Okay, these are the three parameters that I'm accepting inside this method. And what we will do is we will say this dot message equal to parent message. So whatever message we are going to receive, we are going to store it into the message variable, and rest all we are going to say console.log age comma name. Okay, let's deploy this. Whatever the method that you wanted to pass the data from parent to child, make sure that child method accepts the parameters. It could be 1 2 3. Okay, and then from your parent, while calling the method, pass the values. So the first parameter is message, so I'll say pass message value, second parameter is age, and third parameter is name, and we're done. We have passed the values. Let's go ahead and deploy this now. And it's pretty simple, right? The number of parameters there are available in the JavaScript method. You're just calling those, you're just passing those. Let's refresh this page and also inspect, open the inspect. That would be easy to see whatever is coming our way into the console, because we have added the console logs. So if you click on click me, the method has been called, and look at this. Currently it says I am from parent component. If you click on OK, it says welcome to Apex hours, because this is our message which is here. It says welcome to Apex hours, and then we got age is 30 and name is Amit Singh, and it clearly says this is from our child component JavaScript. So we are actually able to pass the values from parent to child. Now let's talk about how we are going to do the communication from child to parent. Now this is bottom to top. How we are going to do the communication from bottom to top. So to do this communication, then the concept of event comes into the picture. The concept of events comes into the picture. So what we are going to do is, now we are going to use this click me button on the child component, and on the click of that component, on the click of that button, we are going to send some message to parent. The message could be anything. The requirement is simple. There is a button on child component. You click on that button, and on the click of that button, some message should be passed to the parent component. That's it. So let's quickly go to HTML, get this button, get rid of this button. Okay, and one thing, let's say you wanted to bind the message variable which is here in your parent component. You could just use the way you print the messages, not messages, the way you use the variables on the HTML. So in our case it is message, and that's it. Similarly for record ID, for any other variables, you can pass the list of objects, you can pass the objects, you can pass the arrays, anything. You can pass anything, no restrictions. Okay, now we have got that button. We are going to have a division tag here, and under division I'm going to have that button. it says click me. I'm going to change, instead of click me, I'll say send data to parent. That is the label. Okay, and then another division, under that division I'm going to have my span tag where I'm getting the message from parent. Okay, now this on click method, let's say handle click child. This is my method which I'm going to implement on the child object, child component. So let's copy the name, go to JavaScript and provide the implementation. So let's provide the implementation here. It is simple. The method accepting a parameter called event and then preventing the default behavior. We have already seen what it is. Now, to send the data from child to parent. To send the data from child to parent, there are two steps. Number one, prepare the event. Okay, prepare. Okay, there is a typo mistake. Please forget me. Okay, prepare the event using custom event interface. Step 2, dispatch the event. Okay, and then there is a step 3 which should be done in the parent component, and that is handle the event in parent component. Okay, so let's create an event here. So we will say let, and I'm going to say select event equal to, how we will create, we will say new custom event, and if you hover over to this custom event, you will find the structure of your custom event. It says type. What is the type of event? And then some other parameters we will talk about later on. For now, the name of event is select, and what we said is do not use on before event name. Do not say select like on select. Do not say select or do not say selected. Do not do like this. Just use the values select or contact select, contact clicked. It could be any name. This is the first parameter, first method, first step. Second step is to dispatch the event. And what is the method? That is dispatch event using dispatch event. Okay, method. This is the method. And where this method is? This method is available inside this object. So we will say this dot dispatch event, and this takes one parameter, and that should be event. If you see here, that should be event. So let's say pass the value event. Two steps that needs to be done on the child component that has been completed. Let's go ahead and deploy this component. Now the event has been completed, the event has been created, it has been dispatched, but it's not handled. Even if we go back to Salesforce, refresh this page, click on that button, the event will be created, event will be fired. You see here, send data to parent, event will be created, event will be fired, and event will be lost because it's not being handled anywhere. So if it is not being handled, how we'll get the information, right? So we have to handle it. To handle it, take the name of your event. Let's copy it. Now where you will handle. So if you are firing the event from a child component, you will handle that event to a place where your component is being used inside another component. So here is the place. Parent component is where your components are being handled, your events are being handled. Okay, so how you will handle it here? So for that, what you will do is you will say, okay, I'm going to use on keyword and then the name of our event on select. This is our method on select. Select is the name of our event. Equal. So this is we are doing under child component. Okay, this is what we are doing under child component. We will say on select equal, and we need to call the method, a JavaScript method. How we call the JavaScript method? We already know. We use the opening and closing curly braces, and we provide the method name, which is handle click. And we already have this method name handle click, right? Let's comment out everything else, whatever we have inside this method, or let's say create a new method and we will say handle custom event. Handle custom event, and we'll get event.prevent default, and we will call this method here. So pay attention to this syntax. On the name of your event, then the method, and this method should be available in the parent component, not inside the child component. Okay, the reason I'm saying pay attention to this, because we are going to play around with this a little bit more. That's why I'm saying pay attention to this. So let's go ahead and deploy this, and it's easy, don't worry, it's very easy. The deployment has been done for both parent and child component. Go to Salesforce, refresh your page, and we will find like either this is working or not. If not, how to debug, all those things. Okay, so let's click on send data to parent, and okay, it's working. The reason, because we have not added anything on the parent component. However, we should be adding an alert called event handled. This is important to know if our event is handled or not. So after handling this event, let's deploy again the code. Silly mistake, but that's fine. Okay, cool. So we have deployed it, we refreshed it, and let's send data. And woohoo! Our event is handled. Clap yourself. Event handled. Now you will say, Amit, okay, that's fine. You just say event handled. But what happened? How we are passing the data? We haven't passed any data, right? We haven't passed any data, and that is true. So how to pass the data from child component to parent component? So to pass that, again we have to go to child component and keep rectifying our event. Now this event is kind of, it takes one parameter for creating the event, and if you want to pass some data, you will say okay, put a comma and say opening and closing curly braces, this is your JSON object, and here to pass the data you will say detail. It should be detail only, it should not be details, it should not be detail, it should not be d, it should not be dt, it should be only and only detail. And detail is nothing. If you want to pass objects, you can pass objects. If you want to pass single parameter, pass single parameter. So let's say I'm going to say here detail am from child component sent via custom event. Okay, sent via custom event. This is what we have. We have created opening and closing curly braces, which is basically nothing, a custom JavaScript object. There is a property called detail, which should always be detail, and then I'm just passing a string parameter here. Just I am from child component sent via custom event. That's it. Okay, now let's deploy this change, and to see whatever the message we are getting from the parent component, what we will do is we'll go to JavaScript and we will say child message is an attribute which we are creating by default having a blank value. And then here what we will do is, so now here see, when we find this event object, what it will give us, because this is a custom event, it will have this object, available in it, and under that we will see this detail property. So let's see, let's say console.log, and I'm going to say json.stringify event, and also we will say this dot child message equal to event dot, which property we have here, detail. So let's say detail, and that's it. We say event dot detail, and go to HTML of your parent and say here, we'll say span, we'll say value from child component, okay, another span, and use the variable that you have, created in your parent. And for color, I'm going to choose a different color, which could be let's say crimson. Okay, I'm using crimson color. It's pretty simple. Created a variable, and wherever we are handling the event, we know that this event is coming from child component, and that child component event has a property called detail, which is a type of string, because we know that. So we stored that value into the variable called child message, and into our parent HTML we are displaying that value child message. So let's deploy this now. Okay, so let's deploy this now. Now we are deploying this. We have just refreshed this page. Let's click on, currently it says value from child component, nothing. Calling child component, send data to parent, welcome to Apex hours, everything is here. If you click on send data to parent, event is handled, okay, and boom, I am from child component sent via custom event. And if you see here, this is your event which we have printed, and this says, let me copy this JSON file, open a side called code beautify, and you will see, okay, how to make it big. Yes, you will see here, this has got detail, which is having the value which we sent. Forget about the other things. Okay, so this is how you are going to pass the value from your child component to your parent component. Now if you want to pass a complete JSON object here, let's say I'm going to pass a JSON object here where I would say message, whatever message I have, age, let's say 30, address, let's say New Delhi, and let's say record ID, could be any random record ID, let's say record name, could be any name, email, could be anything, right? So basically what I'm doing here is I'm passing anything here. I'm just passing a complete JSON object. This is a complete JSON object, okay, and we are able to pass the values in the form of strings. Now if I, after deploying this child component, now if we need to read these properties, how we will be able to read it? To able to read it, let it be this console statement like this. What this event.detail return? What this event.detail returns? Now this event.detail returns a complete JavaScript object. This is a Java object, right? And how we access the object? If we have variables inside an object, how we access those variables? We say dot property name, right? That's what we do. So what we will say is, we will say event.detail, or let's say let child child prop equal to event.detail. This child prop is nothing. This is your object, and on this object you will say object dot the variable that is message. The variable that is message. Okay, and you can also use maybe uh, the better way of printing the message. You could say, okay, uh, dollar sign child prop dot message, and is child prop dot is, not like this, child prop dot is, this is a quote tick, and under quote tick you could use any properties using dollar sign and curly braces. Okay, then you have got address, you say lives in, and you say dot address, which is under child prop, and that's it. You can connect via email using, and you just need to say child prop dot email. So basically what we did is we tried to kind of have everything, we tried to kind of have everything inside single string, and also let's print this child prop as well. Let's print this child prop with the help of stringify method, which converts the object into a string, and I have already told you earlier. So this is a string which we have prepared. We have already did a console.log, and let's deploy this. So basically we are passing the values from child to parent. We are handling the event. We are getting everything in an object, and with the help of dot notation we are kind of getting every single property. Now let's go ahead, refresh the page again, okay, refresh the page again. Then what we will have is send data to parent. That is what we need to click, and boom, it says I am from child component, send via custom event, age is 30, lives in New Delhi. You can connect via email using this email. You got every single thing in a single line. You got every single data. If you see here, we have got every single thing, every single message which we are sending in the detail. This time detail is an object, and you see here, this is an object which we have printed. So now we are also able to pass a simple message, we are also able to pass a complex message. But the recommended way is do not pass this particular object. Always try to pass the primitive data types, which is a string, integer, a number, a boolean value, a decimal value. Do not pass the non-primitive data types like object or array of objects. The reason is that if this particular object, if this particular, whatever the object you are sending it here, if this gets modified on the parent component or on the component wherever the event is handled, your child component will never know that the message which I sent got modified, and that can cause unnecessary problems and can result unwanted result. Okay, use it, if you are sending it, use it very cautiously. Otherwise the recommendation is always to pass the primitive data types. So I have taken the whole hour just to explain you what is the event composition, what is the use case, how you are going to pass the data from one component to another component. Please feel free to take a 5-minute break, walk yourself 5 minutes, have a tea maybe, grab a coffee, and then come back here after a small break. Okay, so I hope you all had a good break. You all are here, maybe coffee in your hand or tea in your hand. Okay, so the next thing is that this was just the, I would say, I was trying to set the stage for all of you. Okay, I was trying to set the stage for all of you. Next thing what I'm going to do here is, now remember this component and remember the demo, the not demo, the example we taken. Let me go back here. This is our parent component, and our parent component is going to display the contact information, and each contact information is nothing, is a child component. So what we will do is, now we are going to enhance our parent component in such a way that parent component will have a list of contacts. We will display the list of contacts, but this time the contact whichever is going to be displayed, that contact will be a child component. Okay, so we are going to use a for loop template for each, and inside for each we are going to call the for loop. We are going to call our components. So let's do that. So for this, we already have a contact list component. I have taken the JSON. I've taken the JSON and I'm going to paste it here in our in our parent component. We have got this contact list with us. We have got this contact list with us. Okay. It says track contact list. There is some error. Why? Because track is not imported. So let's import it. Now we are going to iterate over this contact list. So let's copy this variable, go to HTML file, and this time what I am going to do is I'm going to get rid of this complete HTML code, whatever we have, or let it be like this. Let's quickly have another division and use template for each, and for each is our contacts, for item contact, for index, and that's it. Let's add the class into the division. Let's add the class into the top division so that we have the margin all around. And also in case of for each, let's add a variable if condition, which say if true, that means if there is anything on this variable, then only do run the rest of code. Okay, then only do run the rest of code. Now what we did earlier in the contact list component, we use this whole division. Okay, we used this whole division kind of to display the complete contact information, and this is inside the for each itself. You see, this is inside the for each itself. What we want to have is, now we want to have this piece of code in a separate component, and call it inside this parent component. So call the child component to display the contact information. And why we are doing this? So that in future, if there is a need to display the contact information, we are going to use the same component. So let's create another LWC. I'm hoping you are all are following me. So I'll say contact tile. The component name is AH underscore contact tile, where T is in caps, and create it. We need to go to our HTML and paste whatever the code we have taken from our previous component. Okay, so now we are going to say, we are going to get rid of this. Okay, it says address dot street, not 2 times. Okay, let's remove this, and that's fine. Okay, address this is also not needed. Okay, yeah, LWC if and LWC else. Okay, cool. So we have got this, but if you remember, in this component we are using a variable called con. Let's say it now contact, and replace con with contact. Replace con with contact wherever you're using. Okay, now we have contact. So we are using this contact, we are using this contact, but from where we are getting the value of this contact? From where we are getting the value, right? So remember, in case of component composition, what we talked about, we pass the value from parent to child. We pass the value from parent to child. So what we will do is, under the JS of this component, we are going to create an API variable, and the variable name is contact, and that's it. API variable, and the variable name is contact. And let's also create a method called handle select. This is a method, accepts a parameter called event and says prevent default, and that's it. As of now, this is what we have in child component. Just the JavaScript. We don't need this key. We are going to remove this. Yeah, just the JavaScript, not JavaScript, sorry. The HTML component displaying the contact information, and this contact information is actually coming from this variable called contact, and this variable is @API. That means it is a public variable. So what is happening here? So what is happening here is, we can accept the value in this variable from any other component. We can accept the value in this variable, right? But if you remember, into the child component we had some CSS. So let's take this CSS. Let's take this CSS and create a CSS component for our AH underscore contact tile component. So we'll say AH underscore contact tile.css and paste it, so that we have all our CSS which is needed. Even if you don't do this, not going to impact as such. And let's deploy this component. So what we did is, we said, okay, we have a list of contacts. We wanted to display in such a way so that each contact information is available in a separate component, and when needed, that component can be used by other components as well. Okay, so we have deployed this. Now let's go to our parent component. Inside the for each, this is where we are going to call our component, inside the for each, right? So let's call our component called C hyphen, our component is AH underscore contact, and the component name is something like this, contact tile. So we need to follow the kebab case, so we'll say contact tile. And we need to pass two things, which one is key, because we know that key is required parameter, and the second one is contact, which is our public property, okay. So key, we have said it should always be a unique attribute. So how we used earlier, we said contact the item dot, and the unique property, which is in our case, where is this parent? Yeah, in our case it is a small id, this one, which is unique dot id. And we need to pass the whole contact so that this contact can be displayed. And we are passing the whole contact. Let's go ahead and deploy this. Component. So we are done with this component. We are done with the child component. We are done with the parent component. Let's refresh this page, and this time we will have a contact. We'll have a contact list here, and boom, you see, we got this. The contact list is coming here. Now let me show you. If you do the right click and click on inspect and select this something, if you are in Google Chrome, it could be something else, but if you, or even you don't need to do anything. If you see this, you will see there are multiple child components, right? One AH contact tile, another AH contact tile, then another, like this. So how many, whatever number of contacts you have, whatever the number of child components will be created here. whatever the number of contacts you had, the number of child components are getting created here. Okay, so this is the component composition that we have. Now let's say there is a requirement that your client wants that you have the name, you have the email and phone, or you just have the name and email. And if you click on this name or if you click on this email, you want the other details to be visible on the right hand side of your component. You want the other details to be visible on the right hand side of your component for the selected contact. So whatever contact you have selected, you want those details to be visible here on the right hand side. Okay, now the complex, I'm trying to make it the real world problem. So you have the list of contacts here on the left. You just need to display, what you need to display is, you just need to display this much part only. Not at all, not at all. You just need to display the name and the contact email. That's it. You just need to display the name, the profile picture, and contact email. That's it. So you just need to display that. And if you click on the profile picture, if you click on the email, if you click on the name, what should happen? The information about this contact should get display here on the right hand side. Should get display here on the right hand side. So how do you know? Now this is how it is, right? If you go here, this is how it is. This is how it is. You have a parent component, okay? You have a parent component, and this parent component is having multiple contacts. And you click on any of the contact here on the right hand side, here on the right hand side, the contact information should be displayed, right? Display additional contact information. This is what you have. So this is your first pair component, which is parent. These are your child components, and this is also the child component. This is also the child component. So how your parent is going to know which component has been clicked, right? Because anything that you do, you click on any of the component, that is going to happen on the child component, not on the parent component. So how your parent component, which is this one, how this component is going to know which particular contact has been clicked? And for this, my friend, we are going to use events. For this, we are going to use event. So as soon as we click on any of the tags in child component, we are going to fire the event. Your parent component is going to handle the event, finds out which contact has been clicked, and display that contact information over here. That is what we are going to do. That is what we are going to do. And that is where the importance of events comes into the picture. This is just the three components related with each other. Okay, three components related with each other. So we are going to implement the event here. Now let's start implementing the event. We have already seen, right, how to implement an event. So what we said is, on the click of the picture, on the click of the name, or on the click of the email, what we want to do is we want to display the contact information, right? So there are three places where we need to implement a click event, and as soon as the component is clicked, we need to fire an event, and that event could be passed to the parent component, and parent component will handle it, right? So I'm going to implement on click here on the image as well. We'll say handle click, handle click. Similarly, let's have this information inside a span tag, inside the span tag, and which information? Contact first name and last name. and then add a onClick attribute on the span tag as well. And here let's click let's add onClick in the formatted email as well. So we have added onClick, and if you see, we are using the same click event for all three. And what's the reason behind this? The reason behind this is that we are using the same click event because anyhow the functionality is same. Click off anything, we wanted to click off anything, we wanted to display the contact information, right? Now let's implement this handle click method. Handle click instead of handle select, let's change it to handle click. Now we need to fire an event. The event name could be anything. So let's create a variable called click event, and here we will say new custom event. The name of event I am saying click, and we need to pass some properties. We need to pass some values from parent to child. But what is those value? What is that value? That we need to discuss. Let's dispatch the event first. So what value we wanted to pass? We have two options. Either we pass the contact ID, say that this is the contact ID. You already have the contact list. Filter out the information and figure it out which contact is based on the ID. And that's the ideal and the best way. Like we have the ID, we pass it the ID, parent component already know that we have a list of contacts, and that component is going to filter based on the filter method. Or we pass the complete contact ID, not complete contact ID, the complete contact record, and which we said that is not an ideal way. That is not an ideal way to do that. So we will pass a record ID here. So how we will pass? We will use an attribute called contact ID, and we will say this dot contact dot ID, this dot contact dot ID. And why we are saying this dot contact dot ID? Because if you remember in the HTML, we have seen that for every contact record there is a separate contact list component got created, right? So for every contact, this particular information is going to be different and unique. That is why we are saying pass the contact ID wherever you have clicked on. This is our event, and let's go ahead and deploy this. And now copy the name of this event, because we have created an event. Now we need to handle it. Right? So go to parent, and this is your child component, and this is where we have seen to handle the event. How to handle the event? Use on keyword and then say the name of your method, and just have whatever the method name you want. This is not the name of method. Click is the name of event which you have defined in case of your when you are defining the event. I'm going to change it now. I would say contact click, because I wanted to show you contact click. So this would be on contact click, and we will say handle contact click. This is our JavaScript method which we will be providing the implementation. Let's get back here into our JavaScript, have this method, accept the parameter called event, because that is the parameter which will give us the information. Now the event is handled. Let's quickly have a variable called let selected record ID equal to, how you will get, you will say okay, I'm going to go to event.detail dot, because detail is a JavaScript object. What we are passing? We are passing contact ID. So we will say dot contact ID, and let's have an alert statement for selected record ID. The filtering part we will do once we see that the alert is coming. So after making the changes, let's deploy the code. You also please deploy the code. And once the deployment is done, we are going to refresh the page, refresh the Salesforce homepage, because that is where our component is sitting. If you have added at some other places, please refresh that page. Okay, now if you go to this image and click on it, you would see you got 1. Click on OK. Okay, let's scroll down, click on another, you got 7. That means our event is successfully working fine. Now all we need to do is we need to just we need to just find which contact the user has clicked on, get the complete contact, and display the information on the right hand side. That is what we need to do. So let's see how we are going to find on a specific record whenever we have a list of array. Not list of array, we have array of records or list of records. So in our case, we have got the selected record ID, which is going to match with the ID field, in our array, because this is a unique, and that is why we have passed the record ID, like the contact ID. In the real time, it would be the contact record ID, right? So we have got this ID, and this is an array. You clearly see square bracket is an array. So in array, there is a method called find, and then methods gives you the single record which was find in the array based on the condition that you provide. So how it will do is, it will say this dot contacts, because this is the list of records where we wanted to find our contact, and method is find. It is going to accept a callback function, and under that callback function we will accept one parameter called item. It is a arrow function, you can have the function as well, and we will say return. So how it is going to return? We will say item.id equal to selected record ID. So this particular method find is going to run for every record which is available in the array and going to check for the condition. It will check item.id from this array is equal to the record ID which we have got. If that is the case, it is going to return the record and you will find it. It is going to return that record which has matched this condition. And as we are saying it is going to return a record, we need to create a variable, let's say selected record, and print this variable in the console.log. And the reason I am doing this, because I wanted to show you something. And what is that? The ID, if you see, the ID is a type of number. Here, okay? And we would like to do the console.log type of this selected record ID, whatever we have found. Type of selected record ID, whatever we have found, which will give us what is the data type of that record ID. And after you make these small changes, go ahead and again deploy the code to the org and refresh this page. And this time we will see we are able to get the data or not. So clear whatever the mess is there in the console, click on any of the contact record. So you see the data type, the type of whatever we are receiving from the contact is number, and we got this is our selected contact record. You see, this is our selected contact record. If I copy it and open it in JSON viewer, you can see the selected contact record, which is Imogen Edwards. And if you see, the name is, yes, If you see Alien Simons, we will see the updated record. Now as we have got this information, all we need to do is display this into our UI. Display this into UI. So let's quickly go ahead on the top, create a variable called selected record, create a variable called selected record, and whatever we are getting, we will say this dot selected record equal to whatever the result we are getting from the find method of array. The reason we are using this selected record because we would like to print the information about selected record, right? Yeah. So we have got this. Let's quickly have a maybe division here below somewhere, and this division should only be visible if the record which is selected record is visible. That means if there is something in this variable, then only display this division. And what we need to display is, let me copy this whole syntax now from the contact tile itself and paste it here. So we need, this is what we have got. We need to see what is here. Let's remove this on click. We don't need on click here now. The only thing that we need is to replace this contact with the selected contact. Now we need to display the information about selected contact. That's it. That's what we have just replaced. And now let's go ahead and deploy this. So just to again kind of reiterate, we got the selected contact. In the parent component itself, we say if selected contact is true, render this information. We are displaying the image, first name, last name, email, send file, address, everything is going to be displayed. Okay, the alignment might not look correct, might not look at the right place, but the information we will be able to display, we will be able to see. So I'm going to close the console log and take you here. Till here there is no information, and as soon as I click on this Marlin Laurent, we will see that information is here. What it says, okay, that's fine, forget about this. We have got this Marlin Laurent is here. If I say Inaya Fabre, some error is there, we will see what that error is. But if you see here, we got this information getting changed. Similarly, if we see Liva Hansen, and this time I'm going to see the error. What is the error? It says no error object available, script error, AH contact tile. Okay, why it says AH contact tile? If we read this error, what is this error? Line number 112. Okay, let's see what it says. What it is saying, okay, d dot value as dispatch event. Okay, this is something dispatch event, but no worries, we will see. Handle click, somehow there is something we missed in this division for sure. Okay, we've got img profile click selected record picture, there is no on click. Okay, there is no on click, but it says handle click event dot prevent default on contact click. This should only happen when the click is happening here, not when the click is happening here in the pictures. Alright, let's see something else. If I say Edward, it says okay, contact tile, there is some fishy thing is happening, and I'm really, let's open the console, let's open the inspect element. and that is why I love to do the live code. And let's see. Okay, it says number. Oh yes, something is happening. Okay, no worries. Yeah. So why this error is saying, there is some, this error is saying, and then we are trying to do something. Okay, that is fine. So if you click on this image, actually somehow that number is again being called, that this method, this handle contact clicks method is somehow again being called. Okay, this method, this is somehow being called, and then there is some error coming up. So no, this method is being called, and that should be called, okay, that should be, oh okay, this json dot stringify. Oh, see what the error is here? A silly mistake, and javascript doesn't give you the correct things. We are trying to use a stringify here which says selected record, but we don't have any variable called selected records, right? So we are going to comment this out, and as we have changed this selected record on top of the class, that should be referenced with this dot selected record. Now if we refresh this page again, and this kind of silly mistakes you will also make, so don't worry about that if you are making these mistakes. Okay, so if you scroll down to the bottom, click on any of the images, now you will see the information is being displayed. As I said, alignment could be wrong, but the information is being displayed. Now if you want to have the correct alignment, like you display the information here, on the right hand side you want to display something else, for that you have to utilize something called lightning SLDS grid or lightning layout. So how we will do that? Let's quickly see here. So we will say LWC layout, and as soon as you say LWC layout, this is not the one which I'm really looking for. I'll say layout. Okay, layout. Is this the one? No. Yes, LWC colon layout, and I found this complete syntax. And how I did it? Remember, I asked you to install a VS Code extension in the previous demos, and that is where I get this. I need to say LWC colon, and I get every single thing I need here. What I need is layout, and I'll just put it here. So there is a layout which says multiple rows. Okay, and these are the multiple layouts I have. Like under layout there is different items. So this is like this. This is like this. The video is getting long, but that's fine. This is like this. There is a layout. There is a layout here, and under that layout there are multiple layout items like this. Like this, there are multiple layout items, and the layout size is 12. The maximum size is 12. Okay, so we can have the size for items, and based on the size it's going to be adjusted automatically. So if you see, it says size is 12. A small device size, it says 3, that is mobiles. So when your component is getting displayed in mobile, how your component look like? I would say 12 for all the small devices, because I want to display one contact at a time. For medium device size 6. For large device size, to display the contact I will keep 4, and to display the information I will keep 8. The rest I am going to remove. So I have two layout, one with size 4 and one is size 8, that is 12, right? And then in the first layout I am going to have the contact list, and in the second layout I am going to have the contact information. So layouts are really important for us to understand, so that we can create responsive LWC as well as we can create the grid kind of information. Okay, so after making the changes, again let's go ahead and refresh this page. And if I click now, you see here, now we are getting on the right side. If you click here, you're getting on the right side. So that is how this happens. That is how it's happening. We got everything. We got the real-time scenario as well. Couple of things that are still missing. For that, right click on any contact list and go to inspect element. And if you see here, like we've got the different contact for like contact list component for each contact which is getting rendered. So if I have somehow 1000 contacts, I'm going to have the 1000 components rendered differently, uniquely for every contact. Now why I'm talking about this? The reason I'm talking about this is because what we are doing is we are handling this event at a child component level itself. This event is handled at a child component level itself. That means if I have 4000, let's say as of now, if I have 12 records, 12 event handlers will be placed uniquely for every single record. Though our code looks like it is one method, but uniquely behind the scene it's going to place 12 event handlers. If I have 1k records, now imagine the volume of the events. Event handlers will be placed. In future, if I have 4k records, I would be 4k event handlers. So as soon as the volume of data is increasing, the event handlers is getting increased, right? So how to get rid of this? To get rid of this, we need to first understand the concept of bubbles and composed. So bubbles and composed are the two Boolean values that we can pass at a time of creating the events. So far, for the first time we see an event where we say first just pass the name. Then second time we have seen the event where we say pass the information as well. Now we are seeing how to pass the bubbles and composed. Okay. So bubbles is a unique or not unique, a Boolean value. By default it is set to false, but if we send it as a true, the event will be bubble up through the DOM. It is going to, the event is going to get out of the DOM. Okay. And composed is again a Boolean value. If we say that bubbles is true and composed is also true, then the event can pass the shadow boundary as well. Default to false, as we talked about, default to false. So if we set both the values as true, dangerous concept, dangerous combination, which we should not do, we should not be doing, but this is the dangerous combination. But if we make both as true, it's very dangerous for data. Okay. But if we make both of them true, the event is going to pass the shadow boundary as well. But if we just make the bubbles as true, the event is only going to pass the DOM. What is this DOM and shadow? Why we are talking about this? Let's see with an example here. So I have tried to make this at a grand level. Okay, at a grand level means 3-4 concepts, 3-4 levels. If you see, this is my parent component, which is the main component. I would say instead of parent, I would refer as main component. This main component is kind of having, let me erase this first. Let me erase this first part, this part. Okay. So I have got my main component. Okay, I've got my main component. This main component have a grand parent, and every component, as soon as that component starts, it has a shadow root. It has a shadow root starting. This is what shadow root is. Okay, this is what shadow boundary is. Then if you see here, we've got shadow root. Every single component is going to have its own shadow root. Then see parent. it has its own shadow root. Then we have got C child, it has its own shadow root. So how many hierarchy I have? Child is 1, then I have got parent is 2, then I have got grandparent is 3, and the final one is 4. This is my hierarchy. This is my hierarchy. Now, the simplest way to handle the event is at a child object level itself. By default, bubbles and composed are false. But in scenarios where the child component is actually being used inside a for loop, we will not want it to handle the event at a child component, because as we know, as soon as the volume grows, the event handler will be increased, the performance will be decreasing. So we need to make sure that we are handling the event at a parent level, and that is this parent level, okay. So here what we say, bubbles is true, composed is false. Bubbles is true, composed is false. But sometimes we wanted to send the information from grandchild to grandparent with the help of events, because these are related. In that case, we say bubbles is true as well as composed is true. So if any event which is being fired by child component can be handled by grandparent component. That's the magic of composed true, bubbles true, but the dangerous concept and never recommended. If you need to pass the data from child component to grandparent component, fire the event from child, let parent handle it, then fire the event from parent, let grandparent handle it. So create a hierarchy instead of directly sending the data, because data could be sensitive. You would not want it to send all the data to grandparent, or parent might want it to do some sanitization, some data modification. So let parent do that and then send it back to grandparent. That is what our bubbles and composed says. Okay. So now next thing that we are going to see is bubbles and composed. The concept bubbles true and composed false. We are not going to see bubbles true and composed true because we have talked about this is a dangerous combination and we will try to avoid it. But you still wanted to practice it, and I will recommend go ahead and practice it. Okay, coming back to our concept. Now instead of placing the event handler at this child component label, let's get rid of this event handler from the child component label and paste it here on the top, which is the division tag. If you don't have a division tag, add it and then add the event handler there. I repeat, if you don't have a division tag or a paragraph tag, add it inside that division tag, use your child component, and then that division tag will be used to handle the event. And where you will get this event? You will get this event only in case bubbles is set to true and we don't worry about the composed. But we will say composed is set to false. Okay, let's go ahead and deploy this. We are not making the changes at a child component level because I wanted to showcase you that the event is not handled, and then I will show you. Okay, so let's refresh this page after deploying the changes. Okay, click on it. See, nothing is happening, no information is being displayed here. So because in our child component we haven't passed bubbles as true, we have not passed bubbles as true. So where we will pass bubbles as true? We will pass bubbles as true after this data component. The third parameter is bubbles are okay. So here we are going to pass bubbles. Okay, why it says not? Say sorry. Bubbles should be here after details. Bubbles, it should be true. and then composed should be false. So within this data component itself, the array object, the JSON object that we have, after details, we need to pass composed as true and bubbles as true and composed as false. True means the event is going to cross the DOM boundary, and if we make composed as true, the event is going to cross even the shadow boundary as well. So let's refresh this now and see the magic of bubbles and composed. And you see, now we are able to get the data. We are able to get the data. So every single thing we are able to get it here, event.detail, and we get whatever we want, right? There is a very good article by Salesforce. You can find it, work with events in Salesforce plus Salesforce developer document. You will see that event that is really beautifully written. I would recommend go ahead and look for that document related to events. Okay. Coming back to next concept that we have is working with Salesforce data. Currently what we have seen is we've just worked with the dummy data, we have worked with the Apex classes, we have just called Apex classes using wire, we've done everything with the dummy data. We have not actually worked with Salesforce data. We have not created a record, we have not fetched the record, but we have not created it, we have not updated it, we haven't done anything. Okay, so to work with Salesforce data, there are two ways. One is using Lightning Data Service, and there is second one is using obviously the Apex classes, developers favorite, right? Using Apex classes. So these are the two ways to work with the data in Salesforce. Now before we talk about the next concept, that is passing data to Apex method, or I would say before we actually implement how to pass the data to Salesforce, how to work the data with data in Salesforce, we need to talk about how we can pass the data to Apex method. For wire method, we have already talked about how we are going to pass it. For imperative methods, we are going to see how we are going to pass the data from LWC to Apex. Okay, there are three methods as we talked. There are three different ways as we talk about. One is creating the independent parameters to pass the data. Second one is create the wrapper class in Salesforce and use that wrapper class as an input parameter to pass the data. And third one is using the map, and that is my favorite way to work with the data. Okay, so this is the first one. If you see here because we have got the demo for all three, this is the first way, not the first way, this is the third way, which is accepting the map of string and object. This is always going to be same. It's never going to change if you are following the third options or third way. Okay, and if you are following the second way, which is for using the wrapper class, this is how it's going to look like. You have a wrapper here, an inner class inside the class called simple class. You have created some parameters like first name, last name, email, title, and account ID. Those parameters or those variables are defaulted with Aura enabled so that these can be accessed in Lightning Web Component. The value can be passed. And then this is how you are going to directly pass the value. We will see that as well. And this is how from JavaScript we are going to pass it. But I'm not interested in showcasing you these boring slides. I'm more interested in the action. And the action is we have to create a Lightning Web Component. That Lightning Web Component is going to accept 4 parameters, 4 inputs from the user: first name, last name, email, and title. and there would be a button called create contact. And once we click on create contact, we are going to call a JavaScript method, and that JavaScript method is going to call the Apex class method, and that Apex class method will be responsible for creating the contact record. And if the record is created, return back the contact record. If not, then throw the error. Seems okay? Seems okay? If not, let me show you LWC with four inputs and a button. Okay, button click will call JS method will call Apex method will do the DML, return either success or error. Pretty simple. Okay, for this we need an Apex class, so we are going to create an Apex class here, and we would say Apex hours underscore contact service. This is our service class, and this class is going to have a method call @or enabled, public static, maybe let's make a return type as an object, and we will say create contact. Okay, create contact. So, and we are also going to create a inner class, public class contact wrapper, and this class is going to have the four parameters as we talked about. It should be public string first name, and let's enable these as getters and setters, and let's create four values: first name, last name, email, and title. As we talked about, we are going to talk the three different ways, so we are going to actually talk three different ways. So let's accept all four parameters: string first name, string last name, string email, string title. Now prepare a contact record here, contact con record equal to new contact. First name, the value we will be assigning whatever we are getting from first name variable. For last name, we are going to assign whatever we are getting from the last name variable. For email and for title. So these are the API name. The left one are the API name, right one are the variables values that we are getting. Okay, and here inside the try block, you would say insert con record. If it is inserted, return the same contact record. Return the same contact record, and the return type we will change from object to contact. It's pretty simple. It's nothing. You have already learned Apex. So you've got this class. That class has a method. That method accepts four arguments, and based on the values we are getting in the method, we are preparing the contact record. We are inserting it, and then if there is a success, return it. If not, throw that error. That's it. Let's go ahead and deploy this. This was the first part. The second part is we need a Lightning Web component. So let's create a Lightning Web component. I'm going to say underscore create contact, and this is going to have a LWC card, which again I'm going to get from parent. I'm going to just take it because there is some boilerplate code that I would like to take it for every component, and okay, you're done. So now I'm going to say here create contact, that is my title. Icon name is going to be standard : contact. So this is a contract. Let's quickly expose it because that would be really easy. So we'll say AH create contact, and I'm going to expose it for two different targets. Target to home page as well as target to record page, because this time I would like to show you one more thing. Okay, but we will see later that. So this is whatever we have. Now what we want is we want to have four input components which will take the input for different purpose. So for taking the input in LWC, we have LWC input, type is text, label is, let's say, first name, label is first name, label is first name, and we have got lightning input. Four inputs we need. Type is email, it is, sorry, type should be text itself. Second one is email, I'm going to say email. Third one is phone, so I'm going to say phone. Okay, we have got four inputs, and out of that I would need a button. After that I would need a button which is going to say create contact. On the click of this button, I would like to call a method of Apex class, pass the parameters, and save the records. So let's go to JavaScript, implement this method, handle create record. If you are feeling bored, not getting it, please take a break. Please take a 5-minute break. I'm also going to have some water. Okay, so to call the Apex class method, we need to import the Apex class, right? So we'll say import the name of method, let's say create contact, from, we talked about @Salesforce Apex. What is the name of our class? That is contact services dot the name of our method, which is create contact, and that's it. And this method we would like to call it here, so we will say create contact, and we'll say then is going to give us the result when there is a success response. Then we will use catch method. Catch is going to give us the error if there is any error, and finally is going to prevent our spinner. Okay, prevent our spinner. So I'm going to say this dot is spinner equal to false, and I'm going to set this dot is spinner equal to true when the method call is being happened, and by default the spinner is false. We have already talked about all these. We've already talked about the method calls and all, right? Everything is kind of, we have already talked about. So I'm hoping I don't need to repeat it again. Okay, so we have got this is here, we've got text and all those things. Let's go ahead and deploy this and see where are we on this component. Where are we on this component in terms of clicking on a create contact, what happens, every single thing. And we forget to add the spinner, so let's add LWC spinner. Okay, small, I'll say size is small, variant I would say brand, and I would say if true, and when there is this variable is a spinner set to true. Okay. So we are done with this deployment. Let's get back to our again home page. I'm going to edit it. You also have to edit it because this is a brand new component which you have developed, and you have to add it, right? You have to add it. So let's say AH contact create contact. This is our component, but I don't see. Oh, now I see it. Now I see it. Okay, let's add it here. And boom, boom, boom. Okay, yeah. So let's quickly go ahead, right click, click on inspect element. The reason I'm doing this is inspect because we are going to get the error and we are going to see that error. Okay, so let's click on button called create contact. The spinner ran. Okay, and we got this error. We got this error. If you see it here on the right side, it says insert failed. Why it failed? Why it failed? If you expand it, it says insert failed first exception on row. What is this? Yeah, it says required field missing. Required field missing. Okay, and what are those required field missing? Last name. So it's kind of giving us the error message, right? It is kind of giving us the error message. Says insert was failed. Required field is missing. Required field is missing. But I could have done this way. Console.log error is an object, so we could have json.stringify. But we will see that. But it says required field is missing. Why it says required field missing? Because we have not given anything. Even if I say Amit Singh, is Singh at whatever my email is, something on the phone, and if I say create contact, the method call will happen and still we will get the error, the same error, required field missing. The reason is we are not passing anything, we are just typing it, here, but the actual values, but the actual values are not kind of getting, we are not able to get these values in JavaScript. We are not passing anything. We're not passing anything, right? So to that, we have couple of ways, but I'm going to show you very important way. Okay, very important and very used way. Let's quickly create a method called handle. Yes, handle search. This is a method handle search. Let's say event.prevent default. Okay, before that, let's create a method here. Not method, a variable called contact data, contact record instead of data, and make it as object. Make it as object. And this is an object. A JavaScript object will have key and value. So the key is going to be whatever the variable name that you have. Let's say first name, value by default blank. Last name, value by default blank. Similarly, email by default blank. And then similarly, title by default blank. This is going to be exactly whatever you have given the name in your variables. That is what it is going to happen here. Okay, that is what it is going to happen here. Now you have this handle search event and you have these 4 variables. On every input there is a attribute called name. So utilize that attribute name and use the exact API name here. So it is for first name, so say first name. Similarly, you have for last name email, right? So it should be last name, it should be email, it should be phone. Use the exact API name. Even if it is object field API name, use exact. Okay, in our case we are passing these parameters, we are going to use exact. Now what we want is, as soon as user type here, we want the value to be available, to become available for us in the backend, right, in JavaScript. So we will call a method, we'll say on change. Input is going to change, input is not going to click, on change. Call this method called handle search and use the same method, here for all 4 input. If you have 10,000 100, use the same method, okay. Now here on as soon as someone starts searching, this method will be called, right? if you type if you type first name, the method will be called. If you type last name, method will be called. If you type email, method will be called. If you type phone, method will be called. That means every time you type something, a method will be called. But how do you know for which input the method has been called? For which input the method had been called? And what is the value that user is typing, right? And that is why I have asked you to add this name parameter. So what we will say is, we will say let name equal to the event dot target dot name. So this event dot target is going to give you this complete HTML syntax, whatever the target that has caused this event to execute. In our case, this is going to be this syntax. If we are talking about first name, the name attribute you will get as first name. Similarly, last name, similarly, email and phone, like that, right? And value you will get, you'll say let value equal to event dot target dot value. Now how you are going to assign, this is what is very important for us. This is what is very important for us. Now what we will say, we'll say okay, this dot contact record, and in the contact record name, whatever the name is going, assign this value. So how it will happen? Let's say the name value is first name. Okay, name is first name. So what you will say, you'll say okay, this dot contact record, first name equal to whatever you type, let's say Amit, right? So in this object there is already a property called first name. If it is not there, it will create a property and assign the value, and you will get the same for all four. So the same single one method is acting as a source of truth for every single input. And then now here, when your handle click is called, you would like to maybe print this console.log this dot contact record. Okay, and second thing is that we need to pass the data to this method. How we will pass? With the help of a JSON object. JSON object is always opening and closing curly braces, and the key is going to be exactly whatever your method arguments are. First name, what value you have? You have the value in the contact record dot first name, and you need to repeat it for all other three parameters. So you have got phone, you have got email, and then you have got last name. The order could be anything. Because you are passing the key here, it is going to match with the key and assign the value to it. Okay, so I hope till here it's clear to all of you. If not, maybe take a pause, maybe revise the video again, you'll get it. After doing all these changes, let's quickly deploy the code again. The code is deployed. I'm going to again refresh this page into my Salesforce org. Okay, so by default, if we click on create contact, we will get this error. It says required fields are missing last name. Let's quickly provide the name here now. Let's say Amit Singh, email, whatever the email I wanted to give here, and some random phone. Now if you click on create contact, spinner was coming, and you see here a contact has been created. We got this record ID. If you copy it, go to a new tab and open any record. Like I have opened account record here, and now if we replace the ID of the account with the new contact which we have got, we will see the contact is coming up here as it is, whatever. Okay, title. Okay, title is not there. Sorry, phone was there. Title is not there. Phone was there. Sorry. So you say email is here. Phone is also not here. My bad. But name is here. First name and last name is here. The phone is not there because we haven't mapped the phone and there was a mismatch. But we see the data is here. We see the data is here. Okay. And the reason there is a mismatch because this is title and we are mapping the title, but now let's say map the phone. So you're just mapping the phone as well. So you've just got mapping all these things. Okay, so you got it, right? You're able to pass the data. You should clap for yourself. You're able to pass the data. That was the first way of passing the data from sales LWC to Apex. Now you might be saying, Amit, what if I have to pass somewhere around 15 or 20 fields from LWC to Apex? So do I need to create all these parameters, 10, 20 parameters, which will anyways going to come under come under some scanning issues, okay? And that's not a correct way to do that. So to do that, you have a different way, that is a wrapper class. So the first way we have seen the parameter names. We have used the exact parameter names here as a name attribute. We have used the same exact parameter names here in our object. Then we have passed those values. Now the second option is to use wrapper classes, because you could have multiple, right? I've got title. Sorry, I don't have phone here, but I'm not adding phone as well. Okay, and let's say we are also adding account ID. So we have got all 5-6 parameters. So what I will do is now I'll create another method with the same name, create contact, but the parameter that would be this wrapper, and I would say input. This is the name of my parameter, that is input, and that parameter is type of a wrapper class, public class contact wrapper. It has 5 or 6 attributes, and those I'm going to map it here. So I'm going to map title and account ID. I'll say title, account ID. How we are going to map? So we will say input dot first name, input dot last name, input dot email, input dot phone, input dot title, input dot account ID. Right? That is how we are going to match, because input is nothing, is a type of contact wrapper object, and every object variable we could access with the help of a dot. Right? Yes. So we are going to use the same method and deploy it. Now let me add a kind of yes, that is what I was saying. That is what I was about to say, but we actually got the error, and that is fine. It says we cannot have a method overloading, and this is the same concept which I myself covered in the development series. So this is the method overloading, and the aura enabled method cannot be overloaded. So we would say create contacts. Just a small s under the method, that's it. Create contacts. Okay, and deploy it. As this is a new method, we also need to import this new method. So it should be create contacts and create contacts, right? Create contacts and create contacts. Now I really have to comment out this code. Yes, this is the one we need to comment. Now which one we need to use is create contacts. And the good thing is that I just need to copy paste, and you also just need to copy paste. Use create contacts method instead of create contact. Now this time what we need to pass is What is the input parameter? The input parameter name is input. So we just need to say input. And by default, we're just passing null value because we don't have as such anything to pass. We don't have as such anything to pass. Now what we have is, again, the input parameters. These are going to be really important for us as a developer. So we need to use first name here. We need to use last name, email, title, phone, and account ID. We don't have to take a input for account ID, but at least for title, I would like to take parameters is text. Sorry, name is going to be title, type is going to be text, and label is going to be title. Okay. So these name, the value under these names are exactly same as whatever we have in the wrapper. Exactly same as whatever we have in the wrapper. Okay. Now this handle search method is preparing a wrapper exactly here like this. Even if I don't have anything here, it's going to work. If we have the variable like this, it is going to work. Now what will happen at the end if we see this record? Let's quickly have a JSON object. JSON.stringify. This record will have the same properties which are here in this inner class, right? So at the time of this method passing the parameters, this time what we will say? We will say this dot contact record, and that's it. This dot contact record, and that's it. So this is what we are saying. Now what will happen? How the Salesforce is going to do the trick? Salesforce will say, okay, input is what? This is a type of class, and ultimately it is an instance, it is an object, it is an instance, it is an object. We'll say okay, Salesforce will say okay, I wanted to accept an object, it gave me an object, very good. Now under this object we have these parameters, whatever we are sending from JavaScript, we are sending these parameters. If we change the name, we will see get the null value, but if we use the same name, we will get the correct values. So let's deploy the class again, let's deploy the JavaScript again, the component again, and test it. So let's quickly refresh this page. Okay, I'm going to say Amit Singh email. This time I'm going to say amit.singh@gmail.com. Title Salesforce developer, phone number, whatever I have, and click on create contact. And you see here the contact was created. You see the values are correct here. Now if you get this ID, now if we get this ID and paste it here, you will see the title is there, the phone is there, email is there, and every single thing is here. We are able to see every single thing. You see here the information about the contact, right? So this is the second way of passing the parameters. The thing that you need to remember, keep in mind, is that the variable name that you are having in your JSON object should be matching the key. If the key of your JSON object should be matching with the variable name of your input wrapper class. That is a key thing here that you need to really take care. Okay, I'm skipping the third part, which is using this map method. I'm skipping it because this is really getting a long video. So but this is very easy. If you wanted to learn it, I will maybe create another video for this, but for now I'm going to skip it. So the next and last concept of this course is using the Lightning Web Component inside Lightning Experiences. However, we have already covered most of the part. We are already seeing, we are already using this component in home page, in record page, but now we are going to see some sort of additional things. Okay, you have this screen. If you want, take this screenshot of whatever the points that I have added, but I would like to go ahead, do everything in action. Yeah, I'm going to take the same component which we were working earlier, which was for creating the contact record. Now I'm going to take it further, and how we are going to take it further is, and that is, now we are going to add this component under account object. Now we are going to add the same component under the account object, and from the account object we are going to create the contact. That's the first thing. Add the component under account object, record page, and create the contact. The catch here is, if I have opened the account called salesforce.com, it should create the contact under this account only. And if I have created the account under a contact under a different contact, under a different account, which is, let's say, google.com, okay, which is, let's say, google.com. I'm going to say 123 Main Street. Okay, if I'm going to create the contact under this account google.com, it should create the contact under this account only. That means we need to read the record ID dynamically. So very easy. How? Whenever your component is sitting, first of all, if the requirement of your component is to add inside a lightning record page, you need to make sure that your XML file have an added target called lightning record page. This enables you to use the component inside a object record page. Okay, once the target is enabled, what you need to do is to access the record ID of the record under which you are in. You just need to use @API, and variable exactly what I'm typing is record ID. It is going to give you the record ID of the object of the record under which you are in. And if you want to get the object API name, you just need to say API object @API object API name. This is going to give you the object API name. Okay, let's print those in HTML. We are going to have a division here. This is record ID colon object API name. That's what we wanted to print it here. Okay, that is what we wanted to print it here. I have also added the margin class for the button so that I have this space, or maybe if you want, you can add it for all the inputs depending on your business requirement or your own requirement. Okay, so we have got this record ID. Now when we click on handle click that is responsible for creating the contact record, what we will say, okay, this dot contact record dot, what is the property which is accepting the account ID? This is the one, account ID. Take it here and say equal to this dot record ID, and this is going to give you the record ID. It will add it into your method. Into your variable, pass it to Apex, and your contact will be created. Let's go ahead and deploy this. Okay, so we have deployed it. Now we need to add that component into the account detail page. Go ahead, open the account detail page, click on the gear icon, and then again click on edit page. Earlier we used to have the demo from the home page. Now we are going to have the demo from the account record page. from the account record page. Okay, yeah. So we will go to create contact, we'll paste it here, and we will see here, let's save it. You can see the account ID is getting read, object API name is account, spacing is here, every single thing is here. If we get back here, if we get back here, and let's say it's this time I'm saying Amit Chaudhary, and I will say Amit.Chaudhary at apexhours.com. Title is founder, and phone is just a random number. Okay, click on create contact. So we got a message here, it doesn't say success or error, but we got it. If we click on this contact, as of now it says 0, but if you click on this, you will see there is a contact which has been created, Amit Chaudhary, with the title founder, with the email, with the phone. That means under google.com we found it. We were able to create a contact. Let's navigate to salesforce.com, and I'm going to create maybe I would say Ankit Singh, and I'll say Ankit.Singh at apexhours.com. Title is developer and some random numbers. Create contact. As of now 0 contacts are there. If you click on this contacts, you will see that you have got this contacts here. You've got this contact under salesforce.com. If you open google.com, you will see Amit Chaudhary is here, but if you open salesforce.com, you will see Ankit Singh there. That means we are able to read the contact ID, not contact, account ID dynamically from the URL. This can read the ID of any record. Now, with further extension to this XML meta file, let's go to a contact record. And open any contact, for example Ankit Singh, and edit this page. So the reason what I wanted to showcase you is, if I click on this standard, and you see I see this contact, create contact record, and I can drag and drop, try to create a contact record, and we will get the error because we are trying to assign account ID which is actually a contact ID, right? So what if the business requirement is that this specific component create contact should only be visible under the account object. It should not be visible any other object. How you will do that? To do that, in our meta XML file, we need to add target configs. These are the configurations that we add. And like targets, there are multiple targets. Configurations are also there multiple. So I'll say target config. What is the target for which this configuration is going to be? For lightning record page. Okay, lightning record page. And then there could be target configs for lightning homepage as well. There could be different target configs. Okay, if you have multiple targets, you could have multiple target configs depending on your requirement. Okay, for this lightning record page, what we are saying, this component should be only visible to account object. So how you will do is, you'll say, okay, let's add a tag called objects, and under objects we need to add a tag called object, and here we just need to provide our API name, that is account. And doing this component will be restricted for the lightning record page. Okay, it says target config doesn't contain any design information. Okay, this is for this one. Let's remove this. Let's remove the unnecessary targets we don't need. But what I was saying is, now this component says for lightning record page it is only going to be available under contact. If you want, you can add multiple object here, but as of now we have added only account, sorry, not contact, only account, And if you go to the contact record page, as of now this AH contact is available, AH create contact is available. But if we refresh this page now, we will see that we will see that component is gone. The component is not here at all. You see here, the component is not here at all. So basically that is how you are going to kind of control the record label. You can control it at a record label. Okay. Next thing is that let's say when this component is added at a account label. Okay, when this component is added at the account label, it is going to take the record ID of this account, whatever the account that is opened. But in case of the component is added in the home page, we wanted to default the account record ID, and that record ID will be defaulted by admin. You cannot just say, okay, Amit, what we can do is we can have a default value here in this record ID like this. No. We don't want to do that. What we want to do is we want the admin to provide a record ID, because that record ID can keep changing at a regular interval, right? That means we wanted to take an input for our lightning record page, not record page, home page, from our meta XML, for only in case of when the component is used inside the lightning home page. So what we will do is we will say, okay, let's add a target config. This time it is going to be for lightning home page. And what we want to take is we want to take the input from the user. So to take the input, we use a property tag, and the property will have a name and a type. In our case, the type is a string. You could have a description, you could have a label, you could have default value as well. Okay. So description is, let's say, provide the default account ID. Label, we will say account ID. Default is remove. Let's remove it. This name, this is really important. This name is nothing. It is a variable name that should be present in your JavaScript and must be enabled at the API. So if I say I have default record ID as a variable which is not enabled at the API, and if we say the property name is default record ID, and we try to deploy it, we will get the error. What it says, the default record ID doesn't exist on the component. The reason is because it is not annotated with the @API. And as soon as I use the correct value, which is record ID, and if you deploy it, we will see the success message. It will get deployed, and you see it here. This is the one thing. Next thing is that there would be multiple cases when you would wanted to use your component inside flow. There will be multiple cases where you will be wanted to use your component inside lightning community pages. So how to do that? For those, you could add a target, and for flow you have lightning underscore flow screen. Then you could add a target for community. You have got community page and you have got community default. Make sure you add both of the targets to make your component visible. Okay, don't add these community page layout or theme layout. These are for LWR communities, Lightning Web Runtime, so you don't need it. If you see, there are multiple targets like home page, record page, utility bar, tab, inbox, email, right? Then your chat messages. So you have multiple options. You can play around with those. Okay, let me deploy it again. We have deployed it, and now we will go back to home page. We will just edit this page. The reason we wanted to edit it, because I wanted to show you that we can also get the input. As soon as we add a property tag, this property tag will help you to get the input from the user, and this will also help you to configure the components. So if you select this, you see there is a label says account ID, and if you click on this I, this is your kind of description, the description that we have given. Provide the default account ID, and you can also use label here to pass the value. You can see how customized it is. You can use the labels and pass the value, right? So here we have to pass the default account ID, that we will say it is google.com. I'm not using custom label, but you could use it. Pass it here, save the value, save the page, get back to the home page, and now I'm going to use the last thing here. I would say reserve seat. This is the email. Title is Salesforce delivery lead, and phone is just a random number. Create contact. So this we have created it. We have to check the inspect. You have to check the inspect, which is we got the contact created. If you come back here, if you refresh this page, you will see that a contact has been created. You see here, receipt set. By default, that is what the account ID we have given. So one last thing you might be wondering is, we have these components. I'm not going to showcase for the communities or flow, but you can go and try it. You will see those components. The last thing that I would like to show here is, if you click on this create contact, neither we see a success message, neither we see an error message. So how we can display the success or error toast? Or if there is a success message, how we can navigate to the created record, right? So let's quickly go to JavaScript. To display the toast notification, there is a library called platform toast event that gives you a method called show toast event. Okay, so we have to import that. The step one is import. I'm going to say import toast. I'm using basically the extension, VS Code extension. So as I said, under the Lightning, there is a library called platform show toast event. This gives you a method called show toast event. You can use this method to display the success or error message. So if you wanted to display the error message, you could say okay, LWC -toast, or if you search toast, the VS Code extension is going to give you the toast here. These are the toast. So you need error. So select error. You will see the complete syntax for your toast. Title, you would say error occurred while creating contact record. What is the message? Message is, let's say, the complete JSON stringify. Variant is error, because anyways this is an error. You see it here. New toast event is a method which actually gives you the event, and dispatch event we have already talked about. You could also do this like this, where you say let error event equal to prepare a toast event, and then pass this event inside dispatch event method. Toast event again contains an object which contains title, message, and variant, and it also contains mode. You can learn more about show toast event from the Lightning Web Component library. If there is a success, we would like to navigate to the record which is created. Okay, so to navigate, if you remember, we have learned the navigation library. You remember? we are going to use that. So to use that, we need to import navigation. We need to import navigation, which gives you the navigation mixin. And to make it work, we need to make sure we are wrapping lightning element for our class under the navigation mixin. And then we could just navigate it. We'll say nav to object page, and that is going to be view, record view page. Okay, I think action is view. This is not the one. I would say navigation, record page. We wanted to go to record page. We need a record ID and we need the object API name, which is optional basically, but we can say contact in our case. In our case, we are creating a contact. So we will give the object API name as contact. The record ID. What is the record ID of the created contact? How we get that? So if you noticed, whenever a contact is successfully created, okay, this is not the one. Okay, we got error. Actually, we got error. Let me change the email.dev. Let me change the email is not like format. Create contact. Okay, there is an error. Let's say I'm going to say Siva Sahu. Okay, let's say Siva Sahu, and then create it. Okay, it's trying to create. Yes, this is what we get. So when the successful contact creation happens, in return, this is what we get. And if you see, there is an attribute called ID, and this is the ID of created contact. So under this result, we have got the ID, and boom. And before that, you could also wanted to show a toast notification. So you could show the toast. You would say contact created. Title, you will say success. Contact created. Variant is success. It will show in green color. So let's go ahead and deploy this page, or deploy this basically. Let's go ahead and deploy this component. The additional thing I'm telling you now, which is toast notifications. So component is deployed. Let me take this email and refresh this page, because that is how we are going to see the outcome. Refresh this page, and I would say first I'm going to show you the error part. Okay, so Siva is architect director. Okay, and then let's say contact. Okay, and you said got success. It says success message. We got a success message. It basically navigated us to the contact success page. There was no error, and that's why we are here, and we are not getting any error. Success message was there, and we got navigated too. If you get some error, you will navigate it to the error record. You will be navigated, not navigated actually. You will see the toast notification in the form of error, the red color and all those. So this is the XML file which we have already covered. We have already seen how to do all those tags, how to add all those tags there. With this, I would like to thank you so much for watching this whole entire Lightning Web Component series. And I would really thank you everyone for watching this series. Before you go ahead, one last request from us, because that is from where we get the motivation to create more and more videos. That is, please go to our channel Apex Hours, and I'm sure you are already there. Please subscribe the channel if you have not subscribed it. Press the bell icon so that you don't miss any updates, because we always keep putting the multiple trainings on multiple Salesforce clouds. Go ahead and tell us how you felt about this training on our Twitter. Go to post in the LinkedIn, tag us, tag me, and we would really love to see your feedback about the complete training that we have done. So with this, me Amit Singh signing off from this Lightning Web Component training from Apex Hour channel. Thank you guys and see you. Bye bye.